Hello and welcome to a Run My One Shot stream. It's been like since July is what we decided, so that's crazy. Do we remember how to play D&D? We'll see. Today we're finishing, hopefully, famous last words, an unexpected wedding invitation. So let's do a quick recap because I'm sure everybody remembers exactly what happened last time. Yes? Uh,
Absolutely.
so.
There was a
Um,
wedding.
yeah, good job.
On our way to one.
We were
So,
attacked at a picnic.
yeah, all these are good things. Well, kind of. So, Sienna, played by the lovely Kirsty, received a lovely invitation to a friend's wedding. Her friend Liz Andrea and Maximilian are getting married, or Liz for short. Um, Then on the way to the wedding, you guys ended up finding an overturned carriage and a guy named Morgan Lavender, and he beseeched you to help find his instruments. So you trekked into the woods, found a goblin queen who was pretty badass, and then you found his weapons, and all of you decided to travel together to the wedding because you found out Morgan is also going to the wedding as a bard. What else happened? Okay, then you watched a beautiful hand fasting ceremony between Liz and Max, and uh, afterwards, Liz pulled you aside, Sienna, to tell you about a family curse that she had just found out. Fang for claw and tooth for eye, a hex upon the blood of your kin. When the heart of one is bound, another will pay for your sin. That was what the Fae uttered as his ancestor killed him in his on his farm. And so now, after every time a member of the Darlington family gets married, somebody else in the family, maybe the person getting married, maybe not, dies. And she is very worried that this will happen to her and on this day, or not her in particular, but the Darlington family on this day. She did kind of confide in you, Sienna, that she's definitely not marrying for love. She's marrying more out of duty, but hopes that one day, that love will form. What else? After that, the wedding party split up. So, of course, my beautiful party also decided to split up. So, half of you, well, two of you, Boom and Sienna, you guys went with Liz to a little picnic. You played some games, gained some beautiful admiration points from some of the people there, and then were rudely interrupted by a bunch of boars, where you guys valiantly saved many of the party members or the party guests, and that was where we left off. So our other three companions, uh, Azor, Rowan, and Drobad, they all followed Max on a hunting trip. So that's where we'll start. But does anybody have anything else to add that I maybe missed because it's been 3 months or 2.5?
I think that's good. I think that covers it.
Yep.
That definitely covered everything I remember.
Perfect.
Yeah,
And
It's
so
the
much.
board.
I have a bunch of notes on secrets and things that we've learned, but those will, I guess, come up as we progress. So.
Sure.
If boars attack the picnic, what will a hunting party face?
We'll
Oh
see.
no, dancing.
Probably eating.
Oh, I hope so.
Okay, hopefully you all come over to this thing. Jerry's
It's
behind.
coming.
So Sienna and Boom, you're on here so that you can see the map and see what's going on, but you're not actually here. You don't get to do anything. You're at a picnic. Okay. So as that is loading, um, the hunting trip starts outside of the Silver Lodge. So Each of you can borrow a horse. They have plenty. And you can also borrow if you do not have a bow and arrow. Does everybody have one? I don't know. I probably should have checked that before I.
I have a crossbow.
That works.
I don't.
Well, will you be
I don't believe I
participating?
need a bow. I can throw an axe.
Okay.
I can have one. Hold on.
Okay. So, um, the path itself is wide enough
Hunt
for
with axe and spear.
the path itself is wide enough for 2 people across. So I've kind of arranged your companions or your guests here. Um, so I'll zoom in on this one. So you have Lord Maximilian. He is riding a beautiful, large black stallion. He's also carrying what looks to be a very expensive, heavy crossbow. And he's already talking about his last hunt and how he brought home. I don't know anything about hunting, so a really nice catch. That's what we're gonna go with. And Lillian Darlington, so that would be this person here. She's the half orc, and she is also eager to get into the fight. She's got 2 light crossbows, and as you watch her on her horse, you guys can tell that she definitely knows how to ride and is steering her horse with relative ease. Then you also have, oh, and she also has a series of what looks to be specially designed quivers that are attached to her saddle with various obvious bolts and things like that. So then you have, of course, wherever Maximilian goes, you have Milton. This I'm hoping that this is going to help you also remember who these people are since it's been a while. But Milton is his manservant, so he's not partaking in the hunt. He's not definitely no weapons on him, but he is riding a horse, um, and he isn't carrying any weapons, but he is tending to dogs. So you can see some dogs are staying close by, listening to his commands, that kind of thing. And then finally, you have, oh God, I don't remember how to pronounce his name. This will be great. Thalgion. It's the cousin to the bride. That's this guy here. And he is carrying an elven longbow. It's got beautiful, intricately carved like ivy leaves on the bow. And then he also has a quiver that looks like it's made out of some silver threads. And he is also on a very light gray horse who has a very beautiful flowing mane. And that is where we're going to start. So you guys are all mounting up outside of the Silver Lodge. For the purposes of this, uh, you're still kind of going to travel to the forest. So until you get there, you're totally welcome to chat with any of these people. I have to remind you too that we are keeping track of admiration points. So Kirsty is graciously doing that. So any interactions you have with them can influence how you interact with them later. So, what would you like to do as you make your way into the forest?
Do they have a dwarven pony for me?
Yes, and Daligan tries not to stare. You know, he's trying to be polite, but he also thinks you know, dwarves, you know. He's an elf. He's gonna have some prejudice.
I'll try to match up the I guess speed or gracious writing of the half orc girl,
Okay. I'll put you right
which
there.
is oh okay. Oops. I think I move and you move me
Oh.
at the same time, and I have like a duplicate token now.
Oh, it's not on my screen.
There we go. There we go.
There you go. Sorry.
I'll put it here.
Perfect.
I was hoping to ride alongside Milton, hoping to see what he plans to do without weapon.
Okay. And Rowan, you're the only other person on this little trip, so go ahead and put yourself wherever you want.
I move up beside the elf.
Okay. All right. So, Azor, what do you say
Hmm.
to Lillian? Anything?
Where did you learn to be such a great writer?
Oh boy. Good question. Do I remember anything? I've always had a love of hunting. Max and I used to hunt when we were young with our father. I have several different horses. And then she starts talking about all of her different mares and how one of them recently lost a shoe. And she just goes on and on about how they had to. I don't know anything about horses either. I'm so good at this hunting part. Um, just goes on and on about how they had to replace the shoe and all of that. Okay.
It looks like you have an easy way to bond with these horses. That's nice.
How about you? Do you like hunting? Do you hunt often? She kind of looks you up and down as the aren't you like a wizard? Or
I'm more I'm more like a merchant. It's probably my first hunting party, so it's exciting.
well, let me give you some tips. And she starts talking about how to find a trail, how to sneak up on a deer without noticing. And she starts going off on hunting for a long time, too long
Nice.
probably. So I would say um, gain an admiration. I'd say two admiration points since you're dealing with her hunting talk
Let's
for
go.
Azor to from Lilian. And then Drobad. So you're asking Milton about what he's going to do without a weapon, correct?
Yeah, so I walk up, I with the horse trample up. So Blue Horns, what are you hoping to accomplish with us on this trip? Are you just taking notes while we get some food for you?
Well, I follow the master wherever he goes, but I can control the dogs, and he like holds up the leash and he has like there's like three or four dogs like trotting behind the horse. They seem to be um pretty active, but they seem like hunting dogs. They seem like this is not his first time controlling these pups.
Oh, okay. All right, that should come in handy. I'd like to see how these mutts perform. And then after that brief talk, I kind of want to just trance up a little bit to the front.
Okay. Do you say anything to Maximilian on
Yeah,
approach?
so um, as we're walking up, I asked him, so how much of this uh, hunting party has been planning this wedding with you?
Oh, well, it's mostly been Liz and her family that take care of all of the wedding stuff, though both of our families look forward to the union of our two great houses. Um, and he's um, he goes on to say, what else did he say? Oh, he says also, since my father's accident, we really need something lively to bring us all together again. And this is definitely one of those kinds of things. Hi, Kitty.
So yeah, that's terrible about your accident. I heard someone back talking about it. I'm sure people are going to be coming with condolences and gifts also for the wedding.
Well, as they should. Our family. deserves the best, don't you think? And he seems
Oh,
to
I think
like
so.
stand a little taller, or will sit a little taller in his saddle.
Yeah, and I'm sure someone of your nature has uh people taking guard of uh all of these gifts, right?
He starts to eye you kind of suspiciously. And of course, only the best for the Darlington family. And he's just like, now very wary of you.
Cool, 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 cool.
All right.
And just keep
And
walking towards the hunt.
okay. And Rowan, so you pull up your dwarven pony, definitely shorter than um your elven compatriot. And what do you say to him?
As I pull up, I want to take a good swig off of a flask of dwarven ale at my side and kind of look up at him. The only thing he's showing for weapons is his bow.
Yes. Well, he also has a ceremonial looking sword that is now strapped to the back of the horse. But even Maximilian, like pretty much everybody has some sort of ceremonial like sword. Um, it doesn't stand out to you, but he's obviously got equipped his longbow for the hunt.
I see you planning on stabbing one of these things from a distance, are you?
Hold on, I gotta pull up his sheet. Forget everything about him. Here he is. Oh, he kind of like snubs you a little bit, but goes, "Of course. Is there any other way to hunt?" He's kind of looking
Well,
down
I
his nose
guess
at
not.
you.
If you're afraid to get near the animals, I like to slit their throat myself.
How barbaric. And he kind of moves his horse
Yeah,
forward a little
but
bit.
at least it gives them a sporting chance. What's a
Hmm.
boar gonna do from 800 yards, eh?
And he just like he starts moving a little faster to just get a little bit ahead of you.
I'll kick the withers on my pony.
Okay. Do you say anything else, Steven?
I, I'm sh- I'm sure I'm rattling a bit.
Hmm.
I'm assuming. Okay.
Yes, you're not quiet. You've got you guys still have like most of your armor and all of that. And you've brought your axes. So yeah, he definitely knows you're coming.
I guess you don't feel like much talking, do you?
I mean, I don't feel I have anything to say to the likes of you, so I think I'll just focus on the hunt.
Ah, so be it. Pull another draft off my beer. It's like, hopefully we eat well tonight. Well, maybe you actually hit something.
All right. So you guys, have these conversations. The only person who got any points was Azor. So, because, well, Valiant is a butt. But after riding along the path for nearly half an hour, you hear a rustle from dense shrubs on your left. And then, a second later, a herd of deer emerges. In unison, they turn their heads and notice you. They spin around on the spot, take off, and then take off swift like the wind. The hunt is on. So here's your prey. Hold on. I'll reveal them to you, maybe. Da, da, da.
Oh
Dun,
wow.
da, 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 deer. So, for one round, they're all gonna be here, so you guys can all take a shot. Well, let's roll initiative just for the sake of knowing who goes when. Uh, that's good. There you go. Let me pull
I
it
can't
out
remember how
here.
to roll initiative.
Do we remember anything? Okay. If you
No, wait a minute. No.
at the
Character sheet.
It's
top,
under the utility drop down at the top.
yeah.
Got it. There it is. Thank you.
Yeah, that little belt is your savior.
Sorry,
Okay.
I thought you were joking at first. That's why I didn't answer sooner.
I use Roll20 most of the time. I haven't touched this
That's
since the
fair.
last time we played.
Okay,
Yep.
so for the
So,
first round, you guys get to take a shot. Let's see, how do we do it? Da, 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 da. Okay, so the first person to go would be Drobad, which is, typical. You spot them pretty quickly. Um, so you may take a
From
shot at any of them.
let's see. I am hoping to slow him down. I'm
Okay,
gonna aim at uh the front deer here.
sure. I think if you hit T, you can target him, but he might not be in the initiative, so I don't know if you'll be able to target him. But it's fine. I'll
Yeah,
know.
and I have a pretty good crossbow that I've gotten over the years.
Yeah.
And I miss.
So
Man.
Right over them.
it just goes right
Little
over his head. Um,
little awkward on horseback.
yeah, you're not used to moving on a horse. You're more used to, being on foot and running and climbing trees and doing it
Yeah.
from a different angle than atop a horse. So
I
it
zigged, he zagged.
Yeah, it flies right over his head into the bushes. So that was Drobad. So next we'll have Azor. So you go ahead and take a shot. You see all these deers. If you want, you don't have to take a shot if you don't want to.
You know, I'm a warlock, so I see this deer in the middle of those, like, it's like a pack of five, I guess.
Yeah.
So I cast hex on it. Why not?
Okay.
I put hex on the thing, and then since we're on a hunt, I think I'm gonna test the short bow.
Sure.
So let's shoot the short bow and see what happens.
Ooh.
Nice. So I do hit,
Yep.
and let's
So,
roll it.
uh, I mean, it doesn't matter as long as you hit.
6 extra with the hex.
Well, he's definitely dead. So, you watch this one deer. Oh, can I have a? Wait a second. There you go. So you hit this one deer. You watch as Drobad's shot goes like right over the top of the deer in front of it. So you aim a little lower and end up getting the one right in the middle. It falls over dead, now spooking a lot of the other deer. Rowan, you have a chance though to make a kill as well if you would like.
do we get to move?
You could, yeah, if
Is
you want to
this
move
like a
forward.
regular combat? Is this like a regular combat round?
Not really. This is more uh just for flavor. Just so I know who's going first.
Um, I want to split off a little bit
Okay. You can move
for
your
my, let's
your
see.
token.
So I want to spur him up a little bit like that, and then I'm going to throw a hand axe.
Sure.
Nice.
You
So
definitely
it would
hit.
be this one right here.
Yep. So you definitely
Wait,
hit. What?
did he target the same one that I target?
No, you targeted a different one.
No.
Oh, okay, okay.
So you fling your axe, it tumbles head over and then fling right into the flank of this deer. Um, so Kirsty, if you could add a admiration point from all four of these people. So Max, Lillian, Milton, and Thalgion, and give it
Mm-hmm.
to both Rowan and Azor for killing a deer. They like that
All right.
you actually did some hunting. Sorry, Jovan. And
Hmm.
um, now the deer all start rushing forward. So I'm not gonna move all the tokens because it'll just get crazy. Um, now,
I can hit more if we really want more.
so for Drovad, if you want to try a second time, you can. However, now you're on horseback chasing these deer. So for the
Okay.
sake of this, we have to move you forward. And these guys are running this, well, not the dead ones.
Hmm.
Not these
I'm
guys.
sorry, Kylie. You said Rowan and Azor?
Yes, they get
Okay.
one admiration point from Max, Lillian, Milton, and Dalgian.
Perfect. Thank you.
Um, so you will have to make an animal handling check to see if you can stay on your horse as you're galloping forward, and then you're allowed to take a shot.
Yes.
Oh,
Wait,
Well,
okay.
uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Um,
Okay. So
so you rolled a 5. That does not
yeah.
That does not succeed. So you're like, I gotta catch up to these deer. I can't let the rest of my party outshine me. And you start galloping forward and pull out your bow. But in the kerfuffle of riding a horse, which you're not very good at, you actually end up falling from your horse, and your horse speeds off into the woods.
Oh
And
no.
uh,
so unfortunately for you, you get -1 admiration point from the rest of the guests in attendance for falling off your horse in an embarrassing way.
All
And
right.
you don't get to make a shot either because you fell on the ground. All right. At this point, Milton releases the hounds, and the dogs start chasing after the rest of the deer. And I need to roll a d4 for no reason. We will delete this combat. Oh, why did it
There's
roll 2?
2 d4.
Oh, God. Try again. Got it. Oh, good. All right, so as you guys move forward, you're watching the dogs rush off into the woods. Suddenly, you hear Max. He's moved forward a little bit, and you hear him shout and scream, and he falls off his horse as a bear appears out
oh
of the
shoot.
bushes. Yeah, it's not good. And tries to
Mhm.
attack Maximilian. So we're gonna actually roll initiative this time. Dun, da, da, da.
I see.
Okay. I don't think Milton has anything, so I'm not putting him in the initiative. Oh, there we go.
And we roll it anytime.
Yep.
You ready?
Oh no.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. I roll for my NPCs. Oh, Bear gets to go first.
Oh yeah. They're. Oh,
Oh
don't
no.
they?
Okay, so what does he want to do? I don't know. So he's going to
Bears
attack.
Mall.
Yep, he's going to attack Maximilian. Oops, I don't want to pull everybody. He's just gonna use a claw attack on him. Oops, I'm not targeting. It does. It does hit. And he takes a big gash across his arm. But Max is still standing, but it definitely looked like that hurt. Okay. And let's go to. Oh, I didn't hit begin. My bad. Max is going to take out his. He only has his crossbow on him. So he's gonna shout and um, exclaim and ask for help. And he's going to kind of step slightly this way. And then he's gonna try to attack him, but it's not gonna work probably because he's not an adventurer like you guys.
Mm.
Yep. Figures. He tries to attack, misses, because he's so despite talking a big game about his big game kills, you guys get the sense, especially in this moment, that maybe he embellishes his stories a little bit. As he kind of cowers in fear and misses the bear. All right, so Lillian is here. She will take out her bow. Of course, she doesn't have one on her character sheet, because why would I have prepared that? Oh, hold on. Crossbow. There we go. She takes out her bow, fires, and does hit. Wow. Nice. So he does end up taking a little bit of damage, but only a little, and it kind of just serves to anger him, and she's going to back up a little bit because she knows she can attack from afar. So that will be his turn. Also, while this is happening, Milton is running away. He is hiding in the bushes. He does not want a part of this battle at all. So he's a manservant, not a warrior. But you watch as Dalgion actually moves forward instead, takes out his long sword from back of his. Well, he hops off his horse and grabs the sword from the back of his horse, and then hops towards this bear with this beautiful long sword. And it definitely hits. And you watch blood splatter all across the grass in this field. We don't have battle music. Where's the battle music? My bad. Oh boy.
It's been a little while. We're
Yeah,
all
man.
feeling it.
Yes, definitely. Hold on.
Without battle music, I'm not feeling much of anything.
Oh.
Ooh.
Not even the camaraderie after 2 months of being apart?
I think it was 3, wasn't it? I was
It was
scrolling up. It was like
Close to.
90 days since the
Yeah,
last
it's
roll. I was
July
like, good
29th. Yeah, it was July 29th.
There we go.
It's crazy.
Lord.
All right, Drebad, you're up.
All right. I'm also looking to create some distance, and I'm still a horseback, right?
You're not. You fell, so you're not on a horse.
Oh, okay, cool.
I was the
Even
one that
better.
fell, wasn't it?
No,
I
no,
thought I
it's-
was the one that fell.
no, it's Drobad, because he rolled the animal handling, right? And he fell. Did I?
I
Yeah.
rolled an animal handling of 5.
Oh,
No, that was
It was
Drogon.
Rowan.
Yes,
what?
it was Rowan that fell.
Hmm He tried to attack it with the hand axes and fell.
No, I thought Drobad was the one who rolled because he's the only one who didn't hit a deer.
Yeah, he was the one that was supposed to roll. Well, my bad. Too
Oh.
late.
Oh,
It's
I thought we
canonical
were
now.
all chasing deer.
Nope.
We all had to.
Had a
Okay.
good fall. That makes sense for me. We I'm gonna step away. Just move 15 feet
Sure.
here. Try to get a clear shot, and since he's within 5 feet of an ally, I should get sneak attack damage
Yes.
on a hit.
Hmm.
So I'm gonna roll that. What I need a target.
T for
Does it look
target.
like the elf's sword even damaged him?
A little bit.
13, and I gotta roll the sneak attack. It didn't apply that.
Sure.
So then I get.
The game doesn't count NPCs as allies, so
Yeah, it's okay.
it didn't do it automatic.
It's okay.
That's why.
I'll add it in.
8 extra damage.
Cool.
All right. So it definitely hit and hurt a little bit. I need to mute one of these because the music is playing twice for me. Okay. All right. Hopefully there's still music on the other one. Hold on. Let's mute this guy. And then unmute this guy. That'll probably make more sense. Okay. So you watch, Drobad pulls out his crossbow, fires, and hits the bear, who is caught unawares as he's trying to attack his original quarry, Max. All right. Who's next? Wait, you don't have any more actions, right?
Rowan.
All right. Rowan, what do you do?
So I will run over here, and as I'm running over, I'll unlimber my shield and my hammer. Because I'm going to
Okay.
come over and I'm going to crack the bear in the head.
Sure. Ouch.
Ooh.
Definitely cracks him in the head.
I'm going to expend a superiority dice, and I can't remember how to do that. An extra D8. Where does the dice? There, right?
If you go to on your character sheet.
There it is.
Yeah, you got it. You
so
got
it
it.
adds another. Yeah, it adds another 8 damage to it, and he has to make a strength check or be driven back away from.
Oops. Did I just apply that to you?
Yes. Yes, you did.
Okay. My bad. I undid it. It's good. Uh-huh. And he has to roll a
DC 15 strength check or be driven back 15 feet.
Okay. Strength
Is
check.
that a pushing attack or?
Yes.
Ooh, cool.
This one right here. Oh, it doesn't show up when you click on it. Okay.
Yes. A saving throw? Or just a check?
DC 15. Yeah, DC 15 strength saving throw.
Okay.
He's a bear. He probably can make that.
Yeah, unless he rolls like poop. Which is what he does. So he gets pushed 15 feet back. 5, 10, 15. And he roars.
Then,
Go ahead.
Then I'm going to use my second wind.
Oh, I forgot you were a fighter.
To move forward. I am.
Mm-hmm.
Action surge. Not second wind, sorry. Action surge.
I got you.
To move forward and going to take my other 2 attacks. The one from the action surge and the one that was left. Oh, I missed on one of those for sure.
Okay, wait a second. You didn't target him. Press T to target. Not that it matters. Actually, both of them hit anyway.
They do?
Yeah, he's a bear. He's not wearing any armor.
The 10. Yeah, the 10 does hit.
Yep. So you take out your Warhammer.
Warhammer. Yep.
And you clock him twice on the head, and well, you can't tell, but he just staggers because his ears are ringing, and That was a hefty hit. That leaves us to Azor if you're finished, Rowan.
One little thing. I look
Okay.
back at the elf and say, "This is how you hunt the big game."
All right. And you can almost, even though he doesn't audibly make a sound, you can kind of, or like see it, like anything. You can feel like that heavy sigh emanating from him. Um, and we go to Azor.
All right. Well, with my bonus action, I'm gonna move the hex from the corpse deer to the bear,
Sure.
and then since it seems to be like a higher threat than the deers and not exactly our hunt, I'm gonna shoot an eldritch blast at it.
Sure.
Why not?
Do it.
All right.
Yep. So
It is an
beautiful.
extra crispy eldritch blast.
It definitely hits. So you're extra crispy. Algebra.
Yeah, it's because one of my features does extra fire damage on my first attack, so that's why it's extra crispy. It
Perfect.
also gets pushed back a little bit more, 10 feet.
All right. So he takes the hit and gets pushed right here. Is that where you want him?
Yeah, there. Yep.
Perfect. All
Is
right.
he still alive?
He is, but he's still. Not only is he staggering from the 2 Warhammer hits to the noggin, but then he's also now singed. You can see like some of his fur is a little charred from this Eldritch Blast, but he's still standing.
Hold on, hold on.
I like mine medium rare, Azur.
That is the hex damage.
Okay.
So 4 more,
All right.
and then I have a second shot of the Eldritch Blast.
Sure.
This is no extra crispy,
Regular
just
crisp.
regular,
Medium rare, please. Medium rare.
and more hex.
All right. Some good hits, but he's still standing, and now he just seems super angry. He's like huffing and puffing and trying to get his balance, but also you can just tell he was not happy with all of that damage. Anything else?
And then I'll just move here to secure my prey.
Sounds good.
Oh, good move. Good move.
All
That's
right. That leads us to the werebear, or the bear. And he's going
Da da
to
da.
rush forward towards you, Rowan,
He
just
has
because.
10 feet reduced speed, by the way. Oh, it
Well,
was a slow move. Okay, that's fine.
he's not moving that far. I don't know
Yeah,
what
yeah,
his
yeah.
speed is though. Oh, it's 40, so it doesn't matter. He's gonna face you, maybe. And he's gonna attack the person who smacked him in the head with a warhammer. And he's angry now, so he's going to multi-attack. Which I believe is 2 claw attacks. Yeah, 2 claw attacks. So he swipes with each of his claws at you. First one misses. Do you have a shield?
And as soon as that, yes, I do.
So it just hits off of your shield.
Yes. But in doing so, I'm going to riposte that.
Sure. All right. Go ahead. Attack away. That definitely hits.
And there, yeah, and it should have added a D8.
It
I
did.
guess that was that D8. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, good.
So it definitely hit. You slashed at him, or he slashed at you. Sorry, he slashed at you. You used your shield to block it, and then came at him while he was focused on your shield. And he's still standing, so he's going to take his second claw attack at you. And that one does hit this time. Oh, am I not targeting? I was
Yeah,
targeting.
you
Must
are.
not be.
There it goes. I don't know.
Hmm.
And you take 13
Yeah.
slashing damage as he
God.
claws into you. And that will be the end of
Fair
his.
enough, lad. Now we got some fun.
All right, so that brings us to Max. He feels like maybe you guys got it, and so he's going to back up, kind of heading towards 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, heading towards his possibly more capable sister. And he's gonna stay there. Lillian is gonna go ahead and take a shot because she's not afraid of any bear, and she's going to take a shot.
Especially from that distance.
Yep, definitely hits, and it takes a little bit of damage. So you, Rowan, you're busy, whacking this bear up close and personal, and you see all of a sudden just a crossbow bolt sprout from his shoulder, and he cries out in pain, and that's his. Um, so Salgion is gonna move forward. He's gonna feel like, "Are you sure you've got this?" And he's gonna go ahead and smack this guy with his longsword. And it does hit. And does he still have hit points? Oof. This bear is uh very close to death. You can see now he's just dripping with blood. He's barely hanging on. Um
Uh, uh,
so, Jobad, it's your turn.
um, perfect. I'm gonna move, is that 20 feet, 25 feet over here?
Sure.
And I will see the bear starting to sway and get weaker, and I will attack them, which I'm targeting.
Perfect. You got it.
Nice. Get a pretty clean shot.
Yep. Don't worry about sneak
9.
attack, because he had 2 hit points left. So
Ah,
so you go ahead and you fire this bolt, and he's so busy, so focused on the shiny hammer and small statued dwarf that he doesn't notice you at all, and you end up Rowan, as you're looking at him, he just suddenly, it's just like, that troll in Harry Potter when he gets hit on the head and he just like, oh, and he just falls over. That's what happens.
yeah.
Yep. So the bear just, bam, right on his face. And that will end our combat. You guys did it.
I look over at the elf. I look over at the elf and go, "Well, I guess you don't have to use the long range things. You got a mighty fine edge on that stick."
Why, thank you. Oh, I guess I'll assign XP even though it doesn't matter that much. He says, it's a family heirloom. And he just kind of starts cleaning it off, making sure it's pristine before he puts it in its sheath.
And it still looks ceremonial. It's just really nice.
Yes, it's really nice.
All right, cool.
All right.
Kick
So.
the bear over. Is it a bear?
You know what's the funny thing about that experience? It was the experience of the other NPCs because those were the guys in the combat. It wasn't the deers. No, it wasn't the bears.
Yeah.
You gave us experience for the other
You for
the other
killing the
party
NPCs.
members.
Oops. It's fine.
Yep.
Okay, so
The game where points don't matter.
yeah, it
Whose
really.
line is it anyway? Whose line is it anyway?
So, hold on. I think you all get points for saving Max. Let me see. Yeah, so you actively defended Max, so you all receive one additional admiration point from Maximilian Darlington for saving his bum. And um, you kick over, Rowan, you're kicking over the bear, right?
Yeah,
Make a
like rolling it over so that you can see its face.
make a nature check for me, or investigation. I'll let you do one or the other.
Let me look here.
Can I assist for advantage?
Sure. You come over, you guys push him over and take a look.
There we go.
All right, perfect. It's definitely not a normal bear. You get the sense that perhaps it was in fact a werebear, um, and or a shapeshifter of some sort. Um, but
Does
he's
it keep the transformation as he is unconscious?
yes, because he's a cursed bear.
I
But
see.
that's you wouldn't know that necessarily. But yes, he
Right.
keeps his form.
Bah, kind of ate this one. And I start heading over towards my deer to get the axe that I threw at the deer.
Sure. And you recover it.
So
Go ahead.
I'd like to ask the wizard, or the wizard, the elf,
Uh-huh.
Thaljon. Um, are bears like this common in this area?
He looks at it and does a once over. He goes, "No, this is an odd one. That's for sure. I'll have some of my men take care of it and look at it uh more closely later when we get back to the lodge." And then he kind of just like shrugs it off and moves to go back to towards the hunting party. As everybody's gathering their kills, Max also, of course, got one deer. Lillian also got a deer, but the elf Valjean did not, and Milton obviously did not. The hounds go and fetch those kills for them and brings them back, and they're busy packing that up. And you guys, unless you have anything else you would like to do, we'll be heading back. So, any last requests in the forest?
I just give a little confused look to the bear and keep walking.
Okay,
Kylie, can I
The
clarify the points
sure.
on do I still take the points away from Rowan for falling off the horse? Did that happen?
Yes,
I
but
know there was some
not.
confusion on that.
Yeah. We'll say it was from Rowan. Um,
Hmm.
and then Drobad just doesn't get any points for hunting because he didn't kill anything.
Okay.
So
And did they only get points from Max, or did they get points from everyone for saving Max?
just Max.
Okay, good. Then I've got it right. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. So you guys head back from the hunt, and our lovely picnic goers also head back to the Silver Lodge. When you arrive back at the Silver Lodge, the sun is close to setting on the horizon. The garden is illuminated by torches on poles and hundreds of candles in lanterns. I made this really fast map in Dungeon Draft, so if it's not Birdie Maps perfect, you'll have to
Mhm.
excuse it. Um, the main uh, the main courtyard has been transformed into a spacious dance floor decorated with large, extravagant flower arrangements. At the far end, a string orchestra begins to play a lively tune, and the melody drifts on the warm evening air. Um, you guys take a little bit. The hunting party and everybody moves to clean up after the hunt. So I would also say that at this point, if you guys would like to take a short rest, go ahead and do that. Spend your hit die
Mm.
as appropriate. As there is a little bit of time between the start of the dancing and between the picnic slash hunt and the dance. So, da-dum. But as per tradition, Lord Maximilian and Lysandrea are going to be the first couple to start the dance. So we have dancing rules to discuss.
Did we practice this? I thought we practiced the dance at one point.
You, I think Sienna gave you some tips at one point. Am I
Yeah.
remembering correctly?
Yeah, she had offered to kind of teach them the basics, the very basics, so that they wouldn't step on people's feet. But other than that, she didn't teach them the fancy stuff. Just the very basic forms so they could follow the music was what they discussed at the beginning.
Yeah.
Okay. So, just some dancing rules. Anybody's allowed to dance. You don't have to dance. But you can only dance with someone that you are acquainted with. So Sienna would have gone over this with you guys. So to be acquainted, you have to have at least 1 point, one admiration point. I'm going to show this on my screen. Capture one so that the audience can see. So you have to have at least 1 point to be able to dance with them. If you have 3 or more points with someone, they will probably approach you and ask you to dance. You are allowed to decline if you would like, up to you. Alternatively, if you don't have any points with someone and you want to dance, you can sit on this side over here. This is called what is it called? The wallflower. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, it's called the wallflower or spinster shelf. It's kind of seen as a little bit like desperate or hopeless if you're sitting over there. And this is stuff that you would have gathered from conversation with Sienna. However, if you really want to dance, you can sit over there and someone will be allowed to ask you to dance even if you're not acquainted. Um, and let's see. Additionally, if you want, you could ask people who are sitting, any NPCs over there, you can ask them to dance if you would like. And if you do, then stuff happens, I guess. But yeah, the actual dance will be a performance or an acrobatics check. So your choice. All right. So
It's
in
not going to make
this.
much of a difference.
So in the center here, let me do some magic. Hold on. I got too many windows open. So in the center here, you see Max and Liz begin to dance, and as soon as they start, a few other couples come up and start dancing as well. Just regular guests. None of these people have special names. So, but supposedly there's like 300 people here. I don't know how I would put 300 tokens on here, but um, you see Sebastian kind of off to the side over here on the left. Um, you also see Rosalinda on the wallflower shelf, um, which, if you don't remember, Rosalinda is the handmaiden to Liz Andrea. And then, yes, up here on that's a that's the band to the right. So you're welcome to dance with anybody. Um, Galleon, sister to the bride, is kind of just hanging out by a pole over here. And then, of course, you have Thaligan, and Milton is just off to the side. You see he's holding drinks, it looks like. In particular, he's holding Max's drink. And you watch um, throughout the dancing, he will bring Max a drink. But that is that. So, what would you guys like to do?
I'd approach Miss Darlington and be like, maybe you can show me some of those dashing hunting moves in the dance floor.
Do you have points with her? Hold on, let me pull up my points thing.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, you do? Yeah, that's right. You talked hunting. Okay, so yeah, she graciously accepts your hand. Um, and you guys will, I'm gonna move you both, kind of move out to the
Yeah.
dance floor. Um, and yeah, if you want, you can continue chatting with her as you're dancing, but is anybody else going to dance with anybody?
I think Sienna is going to approach Sebastian, and she's going to go over and say, Sebastian, would you care to dance? I'd love to hear more about the art you were reading about earlier.
And he says, it would be my pleasure. And you guys also make your way to the dance floor. Anybody else? I'm just getting the lay of
Uh,
who's talking to who right now.
Yeah.
yeah, Boom is going to actually approach Rosalinda over there on the wallflower shame wall. And I mean, he's just gonna treat her like any other noble and just like do the polite bow as he puts his hand out and, my lady, would you do me the honor? Like he's not trying to create conversation. He's just trying to make her part of the party.
Sure. And she is all too happy to accept. In fact, she almost leaps like 3 feet in the air, getting out of her chair to accept the dance. And you guys move to the dance floor together.
Question,
Mhm.
isn't Rosalinda a gnome?
She is, yes. Yeah,
And
Yep.
she's
Boom is like
uh-huh.
6 foot
Yeah,
tall?
Gensai.
This is adorable.
Yeah.
I'm just
So
picturing this in my head. I love it.
it's almost like, one of those father-daughter dances with like the flower girl. It kind of feels like that because she's also in this poofy, like bright yellow dress and like flowers in her hair. It kind of feels like that.
That's
Nice.
adorable. I love it.
Where's
Okay.
the food at?
So refreshments are gonna be, I don't know that I put the table on here, but they're gonna be close to the house against the wall in this southwestern corner. And you can
Mm.
find all manner of ales, and it's mostly snacks. It's not like full dinner because you will be having a full, like several course
Ale is
meal.
fine.
Um, but you can find ale and wine.
Mhm.
It's top shelf
Yeah.
too. It's real good.
I'll
Hey,
find some ale.
I'm gonna be following Rowan over to the uh concession table and actually stop and talk with Milton.
Sure.
On my way over, I'd like to kind of assess the room and kind of clock where maybe gifts would be or like the most wealthy person is.
So make just a general like perception check, and we'll see how much you gain.
Okay.
But at first glance, everybody seems pretty rich. Like this is a noble party, of two well-known elven families coming together. So everybody's higher upper class. Um you
Who's this guy
do
with the beard?
It's just a party goer. You can talk to him if you want, but you'll gain nothing. I'll tell you that right now.
That's fine. That's what I wanted. He's got a beard. I'll
Yes.
call him over for a drink.
Sure. And he joins you and starts he clinks his ale against yours and in celebration of the wedding. But Drobad, you see with your 19, um you have a pretty good sense of who is more wealthy, I guess, based on this role. So you know that Milton is the manservant, and you've already kind of talked to him. You know he doesn't have a lot of money. You get that same sense from Rosalinda, the one that Boom is dancing with, and you watch
Hmm.
as she's awkward at dancing. Luckily, Boom, since you were so graciously taught by Cyanna how to go about elven dances, you can kind of make up for her faults. And you also get the sense that she's just excited to be dancing. So on that note, add Kirsty, if you would, a point for Rosalinda from for Boone from Rosalinda,
Mhm.
because she's just excited
Absolutely.
to be dancing with you, and that is why she's making as many missteps as she is. Um, you do get the
Glad I
sense
could help.
you do get the sense that the Darlingtons are a pretty wealthy family just based on their attire. You're looking at the fine stitching and the ceremonial swords. They're very beautiful. Um, and you get the sense that the uh what is their last name? Is I'm never gonna know how to pronounce that. Isiliente, we'll go with that. You get that the bride's family is also well off. You can even tell that just from the gown that Liz is wearing. It's very not only is it like well stitched and designed, but it's also of a fashion that um, is one you haven't really seen, almost more of like high fashion or like she's trying to set a trend or something. But she doesn't seem like she necessarily is doing it on purpose. More like, was provided this dress by her family as kind of a talking piece. Um, you don't see any gifts. If there are any gifts, they are not outside. All right.
Yeah.
So let's start with Azor and Lillian. So what do you talk about, or if you talk at all?
Well, first I need to see if I
Oh
kinda
yes, if you can dance.
if I can dance.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Let's
you can
go.
dance if you want
All
to.
right.
What did you roll? So 21. Ooh. So I'm going to read this thing. You have amazing success. You were born to do this, and even add a couple improvised moves that Sienna did not teach you, which draw gasps from the other dancers and spectators. So now you gain um, one admiration point from, let's see, who would have seen you do this? So anybody on the dance floor. So Liz, Max, um, Rosalinda, Sebastian, and Thaljian all, I would say Dalian too, all give Azor one admiration point. And then your dancing partner, Lillian, she is like flabbergasted by your dance moves, and she gives you two more admiration points.
Let's
Um,
go.
so so impressed with your dancing. I've never seen
Did
anybody.
Sebastian and Milton? Sorry, did Sebastian and Milton do points as well?
Sebastian would be one. I would say Milton is busy talking with Drobad, and he's not actively dancing
Okay,
on the floor, so I would say no.
cool. Thank you.
But Lillian looks at you, Azor, and says, I've never danced with someone as fine as you're dancing. Would, where did you learn to do this?
Oh, I pick things from here and there, but it's my friend Sayana who kind of gave us a little tip.
Huh.
But
And
I'm pretty sure it's nothing compared to your hunting skills. You were amazing on the field.
you actually see, I mean, she's a half orc, so she does have like a green tint to her skin, but her cheeks actually get flushed at the compliment. And I mean, I think my family would say a highborn lady shouldn't be hunting, but I've definitely learned a thing or two from my brothers.
Hey, we all do what we got to do. If that's what you are meant to be happy.
All right. I would say he gains one more admiration point for complimenting her hunting skills. Okay. Let's see. So that was you guys. Let's go
Sweet.
to Boom and Rosalinda. So again, she's super excited to be dancing with you, making several missteps, but you're you know no disadvantage or anything. So go ahead and see if you can succeed with a performance or acrobatics check, please.
Could I use the spell Prestidigitation to give myself any sort of boost to my performance check?
How would you
Just like
use?
showering us with sparks and stuff as we dance around.
Sure. I'll say that gives you advantage.
Okay. I'll take that because I'm gonna need it.
That's really fun.
Oh, and I probably shouldn't have rolled it on D&D Beyond.
No, probably not.
Whoops. Oh, you're kidding me too.
Did it pop you
I'm
out
gonna post this in the stream chat just because I can.
in the stream?
I rolled a
Because I
20.
can.
Oh, of course you did.
Oh,
Nope,
nice.
it doesn't count.
Oh my god.
We didn't see it.
You will
The one
roll the 20
time.
on
The one time.
you'll do it on here too. You'll make it.
Oh
You'll get a
man.
20.
There's a
Look at that.
15 and then a 16. Okay. So yeah, with advantage, I got a 17.
Hey, that's fine.
Not bad.
So,
At all.
a success. So you are quite skilled at dancing and follow the dance's complicated pattern with ease. Thank God you studied up with Sienna as much as you did. Your
Oh, for
dancing partner smiles at you, and you gain an admiration point from her, from Rosalinda, another one, because you are dancing
sure.
very well. Um, but now she's super, super excited to chat with you. And she just starts going off about how beautiful the wedding is. Did you see Liz's gown? It's so beautiful. Did you know she made this one for me? She had this one specially tailored just for me. And she like does an extra little twirl and then resumes dancing. I hope the wedding goes well. I hope that their happily ever after actually happens. 'Cause I've heard some things, and you never know with Maximilian.
Well, like I said, Boom is not doing this to try and drag information out of her. I know I'm, maybe missing an opportunity here, but Boom is really just doing this to bring Rosalinda into the party because she was over on the wall and he knows what that's like. So he's just going to let her ramble on
And
with
she
any
does.
topic she wants to talk about, and he'll just try and participate as best he can with what she's discussing.
Sure. She's very happy to just talk. So she just continues talking about how, she's a little worried about Max because supposedly there was some sort of scandalous affair once upon a time. And she goes on and on about that. And then she starts talking about how other people at the party also have a lot of secrets. You can tell she's a gossip for sure. But since you're lending a willing ear, she's so ready to just overflow you with information. She says that, I feel like Milton has to have a secret, right? He can't just be the old stoic, manservant over there. He's gotta have something dark in his past, don't you think? That's what all the ladies say. All of the handmaidens, they all think it. I'm sure he has some sort of dark secret, and she just keeps going on and on. Um,
I'll just
and
keep acting in deference to her and just say something, like, yeah, we all have secrets in our past, my lady, and I'll like everything will end with my lady or stuff like that. Just
and every
treating
time
her as though she's a higher born person than she actually is.
every time you say like my lady, or like you give some sort of honorific, you just see her entire face, which is, she's pretty pale in complexion. It just turns beet red, as she kind of blushes and then stumbles over her words. But yeah, and I think she would also probably mention one other thing, because again, she's a gossip. She'll also probably note that she feels like Sir Bastian has been uncommonly withdrawn lately. He seems to be out of sorts. I don't know what's up with him. And then there's this rumor that he's gonna go traveling. Like, he's never traveled before. Why would he do that? And then she keeps going on and on about some of the other guests that really have no significance. She starts talking about some of the other, like, lesser known noble houses, and she knows all the gossip. So that will be your lovely dance. Sienna, you and Sebastian are chanting. Oh, I give him another point for Rosalinda for dealing with her gossip and letting her,
Mm-hmm.
you know, kind of spout
Chat
nonsense, I guess.
away.
Yes.
And they live happily ever after.
And they get married in the next episode. Um, so Sienna, you're dancing with Sebastian. So I need you
Mm-hmm.
to go ahead and roll a performance or acrobatics check. I will give you advantage because of your background and just,
Mm.
you've been to these sorts of affairs before. So
Watch her trip over her own feet, we'll say.
No, no, no. She's gonna kill it.
All right, let me see if I can remember how to do this. How do I roll these at advantage again?
um
You have to hold
sh-
Alt or Shift.
Alt or
yeah,
Shift.
I can't remember which one
I
it
think
is.
it's
Okay, rolled it once.
Well, I'll just
All
roll a
right, well,
second
let's
one.
roll it. Yeah. Okay, so 15. She's
15.
not that practiced at this.
Sure. So, you've been adventuring a lot, so it takes you a couple steps. Then once you start, you're like, oh yeah, I remember this. So
A
you
little
are,
rusty.
yeah. Sebastian is impressed a little bit that you still remember your moves, so he will give you one admiration point. Um, and we'll go from there. So if you would like to discuss anything with him, but he will compliment you on your dancing. That was you're doing very well. You're Liz's friend, right?
Yes, I've known her for quite some time. We used to travel together, sort of adventuring, if you will. She's quite well
Oh,
traveled.
she is.
We
She's told me plenty stories. Yeah.
Do you know her well? I was under the impression well, when we traveled together, she didn't seem too fond of your family, so I'm surprised if you're well acquainted.
Oh, yes. Well, and he kind of you catch something. You're not sure what it
Mm-hmm.
is. You're allowed, if you would like, to make an insight roll on him.
Mm-hmm.
But you do catch something in his eye as you ask how close he is to Liz. And a thing you would note as well, just because you are close friends with Liz Andrea, is that only close friends call her Liz. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Not a lot of people call her um, by her pet name.
Yeah, it's an 18 on the insight check.
Sure. So he goes on to kind of say, "Oh, we've been at gatherings here and there, but you can tell that he's not fully telling the truth. That there is
Mm-hmm.
something behind that." But he goes on to say, I really want to ask you though about your traveling. I'm planning on going on a little trip myself after the wedding, maybe a grand tour of the Eastern Faraway. But I just don't even know where to start. Have you any recommendations?
Well, I would say, and she'll go on talking about some of the cities she's been to, and she'll bring up particularly the places she and Liz went to when they
Hmm.
were adventuring together. Um, and I want her to try and be, I don't know how I can do this with the 15, but as they're dancing, I want to see if she can maneuver closer to where Liz and Maximilian are a little bit.
Sure,
And I know she's not leading the dance, but I'd like her to kind of move in such a way that it scooches them a little closer. Um,
sure, I'll allow
and
that. With a 15,
as
you're
she's
good.
doing this, she'll bring up one of the places they went to, and she'll tell a funny story about one of the more chaotic moments that they had. And she'll lean over, she'll see Liz out of the corner of her eye and go, "Oh, Liz, you tell this so much better than I ever did. Why don't we switch?" And she'll just sort of try to cut in with Liz and Max and switch the
Ooh.
partners.
Okay. Make a persuasion roll. With
Okay.
advantage, just because you're closer to Liz and you probably have good stories about this. So
All right. So that is a 17, I believe. Yeah,
Sure.
17.
So, Liz, she's taken off guard at first, and but then sees that it's you and goes, "Oh, what story are you telling?" And she almost immediately drops, pretty much just drops Max and swaps with you. It's almost too easy. And then she
Yeah.
starts telling him in a more animated fashion than you're
Mhm.
used to, from Liz. But she starts telling him the story that you had started.
Mhm.
Now that you're dancing with Max, is there anything you would like to talk to him about? He seems
She
a
would.
little flabbergasted. He's like, "Oh, hello. I don't believe we've really gotten a chance to talk."
I beg your pardon. I'm a very dear friend of Liz's from a little while ago. We used to adventure together. I met
Oh,
her when had just left my city in the Feywild. Um, and I
nice.
couldn't help it. I had to switch. Needed to know the man who would be marrying my dear friend. Seems so unusual and out of the blue. So
Oh,
sudden.
well,
How did you meet?
well, it's our families. Our families, being of noble breed. You know how they like to pair the eldest with the best of the best, and that's what we're doing here today. Obviously, she's the best of the um what is their last name? Illisanith family, and I'm the
Mhm.
best of the Darlington, especially now that father has unfortunately passed in an accident recently. We've got I've got a lot of work ahead of me, and it'll be an honor to have such a beautiful bride at my side. And he kind of just goes on about like how important their families are in Elven society, and he's definitely mostly talking about himself and
Mhm.
how, important he is in that society. Um, yes.
Uh-huh.
Is there anything in
All right.
particular you would like to continue with as he talks about himself?
I think she would like to ask him more about his accomplishments and uh, his sort of the places he may have learned how to manage an estate, um,
Sure.
and his interactions with Liz. She'd like to get into that a little bit more, how well he knows her a little bit, try to bring it around to so he can brag about himself while at the same time talking about his relationship with Liz. Um,
Sure.
and she'd also like to get a sense of, through this conversation, sort of, is this purely a business transaction for him, or does he care at all about Liz? As she's kind of
Okay.
both
Um,
complimenting him on his accomplishments as they're talking and um, trying to sort of filter through some of the facade that he puts up.
Sure.
Um,
So for that in-depth, kind of look at his relationship with Liz, I'm gonna have to ask you for an insight check on him to see as he
mhm,
starts talking about, his accomplishments, and he starts going into detail about how his father passed on all this knowledge to him, and
Ooh.
all the family secrets and things like that.
mhm.
Um, he
It's a
also
12.
Okay, you also gain one admiration point from him for the flattery towards Max, as he obviously loves talking about himself. And
Mhm,
you also, with a 12. Okay, so a 12,
mhm,
you get the sense that it is mostly, like Liz said, out of duty. You don't feel like there's any
mhm,
underlying affection per se. You don't get the sense that he's like he hates her or something of that
mhm,
nature. You do get the sense that they are at least friendly and cordial with each other, but it's definitely more out of duty than out of any love he has for Liz.
mhm.
And that's all you get with a 12.
All right, that's good enough. Thank you.
Yeah.
I kind of
Um,
learned what I needed to know when Liz became incredibly animated with the Switch. That's that tells me a lot.
mhm.
Can I
All right.
also give Sayana inspiration for leaning really heavy into the info gathering aspect of this.
Yeah.
Ooh, good
I
job.
forgot about that. I forgot about inspiration. Remember, you guys
Yeah.
got to give out your inspiration to
you.
other people.
Thank you, thank you.
Perfect.
Who was tracking that, by the way? I don't even remember.
It wasn't me.
Was that?
Oh, I did that. Sorry, yeah. I had last time, or do we want to start fresh?
Start fresh since we don't even
I,
remember who.
Inspiration is usually done per session, so yeah.
Yeah, we'll start
I was
fresh.
gonna
Okay.
do it. I got that.
That's why you got to give it out early so people have a chance to use it.
Yeah, right.
Good point.
All right.
What do I do? Yeah,
I
there it is. Okay.
think that should be it. So you guys
Is
continue. Go ahead.
Growing doing anything?
Rowan is at the
I'm
bar.
actually I'm at the bar and I just pulled a random guy that has a beard over with me. And we're not talking, we're just standing there drinking.
Mhm. No words, just two
But
bearded
I
fellows
am
with beards.
I am just trying to keep an eye on like everything that's going on. So we've had a couple weird incidents because I'm assuming they told us that the picnic was raided by boars,
Yes.
which
Yes.
generally they would avoid the people rather than run through them.
Hmm.
And then we had an attack by a werebear, and we've heard about this curse. So I'm just kind of hanging back on the corner, just watching everything, but not doing or saying much.
Sure. So roll me just a general perception check as the dancing continues, and obviously partners switch. You know,
I've
a 6.
had a couple too many.
Yeah, you're drinking a little heavily, but why not? The ale's free. So you're definitely not paying as close of attention as you think you are. But everybody kind of splits up. Things, partners change. If you guys want to switch partners, you can. But for the purposes of this, we're gonna kind of just we're not gonna role play all of that because we could be here role playing forever. And I don't want to dance forever. Do you? Um, so, um,
Dance with the devil.
I will say that
I try to
when
avoid it in real life, so
when the dance with Max finishes, Sienna
Mhm.
will make her way over to Lys's sister, Gallianne,
Sure.
and just try to strike up a conversation, see how she's doing. She knows that her husband passed away, and just kind of check in with her a little because they didn't know each other very well, but they're passingly acquainted. So she'd just like to kind of stop by, see how she's doing with a wedding celebration
Sure.
in that kind of context.
So everybody kind of splits up. You're allowed to move your tokens wherever you would like outside. You do know like people come and go inside the lodge and out. Max disappears for a little bit um, inside the lodge with not with Sebastian, but Sebastian will go inside for a little bit, then he'll come back out. Rosalinda, after her first dance, will go back to the wallflower shelf and wait for another partner.
Aw.
Things are just moving.
Mm.
And as you approach Galleon, you
Mhm.
ask her about the wedding, and she goes, "Oh, it's definitely a union that'll be great for both of our families. Though honestly, I have to confess, I wish that it wasn't just out of duty. I really wish that she had some more affection for the man. I know that she feels that it's her place and this is what she needs to do, but I do really wish that there's something more to it."
I got that sense, not so much from her. She seems content with her choices, but the lack of enthusiasm on both sides was concerning. I mean, I traveled with Liz for quite some time, so
Mhm.
I was slightly afraid of that when I got the invitation.
Yes.
I
I'm
would
afraid,
also hope for better for her.
and I'm afraid that she might be, repeating mistakes that even I made. As
Mm.
much as I uh, I didn't have necessarily love for my late husband, but um, I did what was dutiful, and I married him as my family requested, and I did care for him, but that it's just not it's not the best kind of marriage, a loveless one. So I do hope maybe it won't be that way for Liz.
Yes, amongst our people, that seems to be almost a norm. It would be nice if it was changed.
Yes.
Some traditions perhaps are better broken. Duty is all well and good, but the heart can have a strong effect.
It is true. And then she goes on and she starts talking more about happier things, trying to almost lighten the
Mm-hmm.
mood after that, about how beautiful the flowers are, how she helped
Mm-hmm.
pick the lovely orchestra, and where she found them, things like that.
Yeah,
Um,
and Sienna will compliment her on those choices because they are quite lovely. And she'll also make mention of Bastian's travel plans, Sir Bastian's travel plans,
uh-huh.
um, and about how she was speaking with him of some of their old travels and the places they'd been, and how it seemed that he and Liz had formed quite a friendship, which was lovely, knowing that Liz would be going into a family where at least she had a friend into this situation.
And she kind of, at the mention of Sebastian, because this is her sister, um,
Mm-hmm.
she almost gets, I don't want to say more quiet, but you can just tell that she's kind of holding back on how she
Mm-hmm.
feels about that relationship.
Hmm.
And she's kind of just, yeah, I mean, it's very lovely, I suppose. Yes, and like kind of just moves on from that topic as
Hmm.
quickly as she can.
Okay. I'll let the subject drop. That's kind of,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. So you guys dance for, 30 minutes or so. And then Sienna, especially since you're kind of on the lookout for any goings on, you see Liz is looking around and almost frantically, and she
Hmm.
then nods to you and like motions for you to come closer to her. For
Okay.
the purposes of this, she would probably be kind of off to the side. If you want to gather the rest
Okay.
of the party, you can. But she kind of like motions rather discreetly for you to
You
follow
must
her
gather your
over
party
there.
before venturing forth.
I
Okay.
said that to my
Um,
husband the
s-
other day, and he's like, "What is that from?" I was like, "I think we need a divorce." Anyway.
I, I she would slowly move around like the outsides of the dance floor,
Hmm.
and kind of sort of catch Rowan's eye at the
Yep.
bar and sort of like this way, and collect Boom and Azor as she kind of just weaves through the dancing couples and sort of whispers as she passes, come to the side of the dance floor and heads over to Liz.
Perfect.
Um, for
So
some
Head
reason, I
over
can't
there.
drag my token, so I'm just going to move squares at a time.
that's fine. So she kind of pulls you away into this like dark area. I'll move the rest of
Mm-hmm.
you as well. Here you go. You're kind of like you've got a little bit of like garden blocking
Mm-hmm.
the view between you guys and the rest of the wedding guests, and you've got the orchestra right there, so nobody can really overhear you per se. And she just looks at you
Mm-hmm.
and she says, "Have you seen Lord Darlington? I've I've been looking all over the place." And you see she looks visibly nervous. Um,
He went inside not that long ago.
I had
Has he
someone
not come
check.
back?
They said they didn't find him. I had Milton check, in fact. And I don't know. Can you help me find him? I'm just worried. We were supposed
I'm
to.
sure it's fine.
Well, we were supposed to discuss the stuff with dinner. Dinner is happening in an hour and a half, and we need to make sure things are prepared. I and like, where is he? And she's just like frantic at this point.
Cyanna will kind of take her by the shoulders. She'll put her hands on her shoulders. Liz, take a breath.
She
We'll
takes a
go
big
find him.
breath. Okay.
Why
thank
don't you go? Why don't you go talk to Gallienne and Sebastian? They can help you set the dinner preparations. We'll find Max. It'll be all right.
Okay. Thank you.
Rely on your sister and his brother. You'll be all right.
Okay. So
We'll go find him for you.
she moves off and does as you say. She goes straight to her sister. You notice that she doesn't seem to mention that she can't find Max to her because you kind of
Mm-hmm.
follow her out. But you get the sense that her frazzled state is still something that Gallienne like recognizes and very quickly tries to calm
Yeah.
her down, as a sister would do. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so let's see. You are totally allowed to. Let me get out my stuff. To look over the estate. So I believe that this little box at the bottom, it says to the inside of the Silver Lodge. That will take
Mm-hmm.
you to a different map. Here's my map.
Whoa,
It should.
That is awesome.
it's loading. Oh my.
Yep. So
And
just for the
Diana will also just kind of try to slip inside, not trying to draw attention to the situation, but just kind of move inside like she has an errand to do for the bride. Nothing urgent, just
sure.
going about business as usual.
Make a stealth or persuasion check. Maybe not stealth because it's more like you're persuading that everybody else
Mhm.
it's all cool, you know. So make a
Yeah.
persuasion roll.
That's a 15.
Oh, okay. So yeah, as far as you could tell, everything, you portray it pretty well. For the purposes of this map is actually from the adventure itself, and so I just put it right on here just so you guys can kind of like go through rooms and check and clear them and whatever. It's not to scale per se, so just kind of, and it gets tight in some of the rooms. But I'll be using the tokens just to put people, most people are outside, so you should be able to examine the house. So you start in this foyer, hallway, and I think I have a thing to read. Hold on. As soon as I find it. Oh, it's right here. So the hallway has a high ceiling and large windows that let in plenty of light, although the light is diminishing. It is kind of evening time at this point. A large elven mat with symmetric patterns in a soothing blue and green color covers most of the original checkered stone flooring. 2 wooden wardrobes contain various outdoor clothing, jackets, and cloaks. And then there's also a hanger for like damp garments, and nothing is on that hanger because it did not rain today. So that is where you start. You do see 2 doors in front of you. Oh, somehow Azur's outside. So Spoon. Here we go.
Yeah, I wasn't able to click on reach that teleport area. My game just went to a black screen, and then when I appeared here, I was where I was on the other map, I guess.
Yeah. Okay, perfect.
So she's gonna move through the door over here to the sitting area.
Okay. Let's see. Just double checking.
And I'll wait there for you to.
Sure. So, number 4, the sitting room. All right, so the sitting room is furnished with a low, comfortable yellow sofa and a couple of chairs that surround an oval table. There are beautiful statues. They're white marble, and then a big bookcase. And you just scanning it really quickly, you can tell there's like elven poetry. There's like historical. It's all elvish.
Mhm.
But you can tell it's a very nice collection of books. The you
Is there
see,
anything on the table?
let's
Like open
see.
books or anything on the table that would indicate someone had been here?
No, it does not. There's nobody in this room, and it does not seem like anybody has been in this room recently. Like
Okay.
nothing to indicate that someone's been like, I don't know, sitting in this room or like taking a break in this room.
Is this I can't tell. Is this a desk with like? Is
So
that a desk over here?
this
Yeah.
that is the fireplace.
Oh, the fireplace. Okay.
Yes. And it is like original to the house. So it has
Mhm.
the original like elvish scroll work, and it's very beautiful. Yes.
If there are any historical Elvish volumes, Boom is going to grab one and start perusing it,
Do you know
probably
Elvish?
absentmindedly forgetting that that's not why he's here.
Do you know
That's awesome.
Elvish?
Ooh, I mean, does it have pictures?
Well, we established that you did know Elvish, but it was like schoolroom
Sa-
Elvish, so it
Oh,
was
yes.
super proper. That was what you said last
Yeah.
stream.
So
Yeah.
you catch the word history on the cover, but you don't know what it's a history of. And you pick it up and you start flipping through
Yeah.
it. There are no pictures. But you try your best. You catch it's a history
Yeah,
of
apparently I
something.
know Elvish, but yeah.
You catch a word here or there, but you can't get a lot of the specifics.
Gotcha. Fair enough.
Okay. So, all right, pause. Stop moving for a second.
Yes.
So, Rowan, you went to the east. Okay, so
Short hall.
so that's actually, you can tell that this is like a servant's hallway. Um, it's it's still well kept and clean, but it does not have like the furnishings or anything fancy. It's just a servant's hallway. You do see like there's a shelf in here, um, but it just contains like various cutlery and glasses and plates, and you do catch the odor of like cooked food and herbs. So you get a sense that this will probably lead you towards the kitchen. Azor,
Oh,
you found the food.
I
So
went to 15 first.
yes,
Looks like a study.
15. Nope. Yes, the 15 is a parlor room. It's furnished with a lady's writing table and an accompanying chair and a side table. Um, did you want to like actually examine the room further, or just popping in? I'm gonna put you at the doorway for the sake of this.
Well, I'm basically looking for a person. I don't see a person here, so I guess I'll just keep moving.
Sure. You know, the only other thing, like just popping in, you notice like it's got an assortment of quills, paper, ink bottles, there's crystal glasses. You get the sense that this is probably where Liz was staying, or at least Liz uses this room to some degree, because there's also, arrangements from the wedding, a different gown that looks like it's ready for her to wear, for dinner, things like that. Then you pop into, was it 12?
13, I guess,
13?
outside.
Okay. Outside, I need you to make a perception check for me.
Perception, there it is.
So immediately you do see like
7.
there's vines, there's colorful flowers clinging to the pergola, there's butterflies just everywhere. It's very beautiful. You rolled a 7. Luckily, you don't need something too high for this. Let's see. Okay, so in one corner of the veranda, you see a tipped over crystal glass. The glass is cracked and there's only a few drops of wine remaining at the bottom. I would say it's probably like on this side here.
This one right here.
Yes.
I mean, there is actually a glass right there on the map,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
that's why.
yeah. So that's that. Is anybody else following you to the veranda?
I don't know. Does the water look like, I don't know. Is it not drying or like does it look recent, I guess?
Does it look recent? It definitely is still wet. There's still like drops of wine in the glass.
Hmm.
Ooh.
Um, Sienna, you're walking through 16.
Mm-hmm.
Um, that is the drawing room. So you know that this would be also something that they use for like breakfast in the morning. It's bright, it's airy, it has like exposed ceiling beams, so it's very beautiful. A lot of natural wood in this house. Um, it has two round, well-polished tables and matching chairs, as well as a grand piano, which you know probably Liz plays. Um, and then to the south, the doors have been replaced with curtains,
Hmm.
and which you can kind of see. It looks like it leads, like you can see in between. It looks like it leads to the dining hall.
Mm-hmm.
And then you also see a marble statue that portrays the elven moon goddess, Selene, which is from, well, roll a history check for me, real quick.
Hmm.
Or religion, whichever you would prefer.
Okay. Doesn't matter. They're the same. So 13.
Okay, so you would know in this area she is revered, especially in the Argentis forest. She's part of that legend of the falls, and so it's very typical for you. You would expect a statue like this to be here.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of elves too. In general have some sort of shrine to, because she is an elven goddess, but she has a
Mm-hmm.
particular affinity to this area. But that would
Is
be.
anything?
Go ahead.
Does anything seem to be out of place in the room?
You don't see anything out of place. You do see like there's flowers that have been left here, sprinkled around the room, but nothing out of place.
Did Azor? Did you leave the door ajar when you came into that room 15?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Then she would make her way over to the door, and poke her head inside.
Sure. So you do see in this room again, it's the parlor room. It has
Mm-hmm.
the typical things you would find in a parlor room, like writing desk. You see Liz's dinner gown hanging up, prepared for when she needs to change her outfit. You get the sense that this is the room that she probably spends most of her time
Mm-hmm.
in. And you
Okay.
see, as he did, a various assortment of like quills and paper on the desk. Um, yes.
Probably where she wrote her special note to me. Um.
Mhm.
All right. Well, I will catch up with Azor next. I guess next round. I figure we should
Mhm.
let somebody else do some exploring.
So Drobad and Boom, are you peeking through the curtain?
I was hoping to walk into this what appears to be a dining room.
Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, want to look around here, see if there's been anybody using it lately.
Mhm. So the dining room is very spacious. It's very like airy, and a lot of this house, you get the sense that they've made it to kind of um, accentuate the natural surroundings around in the area. So this room has huge floor-to-ceiling windows, so you can see the beautiful falls and the forest-clad mountains in the background. The room itself has this very long table, and it is set for dinner. You can see like servants are rushing in and out, like making sure everything is
Mhm.
prepared for the dinner that's supposed to happen soon. You see a very decorative three-armed candelabra, and it's definitely made of silver. And you can even, looking at it, has it has very intricate, like elven scroll work, finer than what you're used to seeing. Um, the let's see, what else do you see? There's beautiful hand painted motifs. There's very beautiful, elegant like statues and like things on the mantle, on the tables. There's also some sofas in the corner, like people could sit there to lounge and that kind of thing. But you don't see anything out of the ordinary in this room.
Okay. And then outside of that, I wanted to kind of peek into this other room. It's section 9, I think.
Yes. So you just quickly peeking in, you can see that it's a library. A lot of
Oh,
it is, it's pretty dark in this room, actually. Mostly because a lot of the wood is like a darker wood, and there's just not as many windows in this room as opposed to other rooms. Um,
ah,
but yeah, it's not. It does seem like it's still clean. It's still, pristine like the rest of the house. It has a various selection of leather-bound books with all kinds. Just from your immediate glance, you can tell like a variety of topics. Yeah.
awesome. Well, I'd like to do like a perception check and just kind of do in depth in here and see what maybe some of these books kind of focus on.
Sure. Go ahead and do that. Let's see.
Or I guess, or yeah.
13. Nice.
Cool.
Oh,
So
18 was
18.
your. Yeah.
That's high roll.
So the first thing you see is um, while you're just like taking a glance around, you see on the top of the tallest bookshelf is a curious creature, a small blue dragon.
Hmm.
So there you go. Hold on, let me
Hmm.
click onto this. He's a very small dragon.
Creature, not statue.
Not a statue. It is no larger than a cat, and it curls up on a thick tome and then peers down at you with amber eyes. It's a very tiny dragon, but it doesn't seem to get up, doesn't seem bothered by your presence, just notes your presence. But while you're also looking around, you see on a closer look something about the bookcases on this northern wall here just doesn't quite add up. Something feels off there. And then you look down at the floor and you see a faint mark as though something has scraped
Hmm.
against it repeatedly.
So I'm looking at the case but talking back to the dragon, I'll be like, so what do you have hiding over here, little guy? And I want to start just kind of, my first instinct is to start just pulling the tips of some of the books to see what happens.
So the dragon doesn't talk. Also, the dragon has a picture. Can I share the picture?
Oh yeah,
Oh, wait,
Oh,
here.
yeah,
Now
yeah,
you
yeah.
can.
Where's
Can you see him? Is he there? I don't know if he's there.
I don't see anything.
Oh, no, hold on.
Yeah, I don't either.
There.
There he is.
Got it.
Oh, there he is.
He's cute. All right.
That's adorable.
So he doesn't talk. He does make a series of like hissing noises, but not in an aggressive
Oh,
way. Um,
okay,
but she,
that was my assumption.
yeah, she just kind of hisses a little bit at you and then continues to curl up. She is watching you intently as you make your way towards that shelf and start pulling at things. Let's see.
Stop when it clears its throat.
Mm,
And she watches you intently, seeing you pull at things. You do find. Where did my page go? Oh, that's not it. What room are we in? 9. This one. Too many pages. They're everywhere. Okay, so you find. Oh, so you pull out a couple of books, and behind one of the books, you find a lever.
Oh.
Mm.
Pulling that guy.
That may have been what you were looking for.
I don't know that I can reveal it on the map, so I'm gonna just do a little magic. Here you go. You're inside. And now
Hey.
you found a little secret, like, library nook. Um, it contains a whole bunch of different shelves, but there's also, it's hard to see in here, but there's also a desk with just scrolls and parchments, and there's a lot of stuff um, like scattered on that desk. That stuff looks like it's been more recently touched. A lot of the books on the shelves seem dusty and old, like maybe even servants don't know that this room exists because the library itself is relatively clean. But yeah, what would you like to do?
I want to read the scrolls on the desk and see what that is.
Make
Information is usually valuable.
make an investigation check for me, and I will note that as you come in here, the dragon follows you and is just peeping at you like curiously, almost like a cat would, like kind of just a little bit
Hmm.
aback, a little bit far back from you, but like peeking in to see what you're doing.
Yeah, same thing. I'll look over at it. What about these scrolls?
Um, and the response is a quick little hissing, and then it climbs on one of the shelves and perches on top, just watching you. So with an 11, so you're looking at the desk, yes.
Yeah,
The
the scrolls on
scrolls,
the
yeah.
desk.
So there is somewhat of a thick coating on some of the stuff on the desk. However, there's one, it's not a scroll, I'm sorry. It's actually a thick leather-bound book. And it's actually written in Dwarvish and has a clear handprint
Oh,
on its cover. This one is not dusty, and it seems to have been moved fairly recently. Do you know Dwarvish?
I don't. I think I know Elvish.
Okay, so you will
And
not.
Thief.
You will
do you
not.
know a dwarf?
You won't be able to read the cover, but you do see there is a red leather bookmark in between its pages. So you're welcome to open it up if you would like.
Yes,
Again, it is in
definitely.
Dwarvish. You do
Mm-hmm.
see that in this area, like on this particular section, someone has underlined several sections in the chapters, and even
Okay.
has made some like markings in the margins of the text. Those are
Okay.
written in Elvish, though.
Oh,
So you would
I
be
could
able
read
to
the one.
read that. So in the margin on one of the page, someone has written a comment that reads, oh, actually, it's in common. If this is correct, mining here could be exceedingly lucrative. And it seems. Oh, you don't know that. That's all you know.
Okay.
Mining here, so it said, I'll read it again. If this is correct, mining here could be exceedingly lucrative.
Okay. I'm gonna grab uh that
Sure.
and just kind of walk back to the group,
Okay. The
kind of
dragon,
minding,
the
yeah,
little
kind of minding the
dragon
dragon.
will follow you to the library door, but will not leave the library. Just curious.
Okay.
It seems like it's watching you, and in particular, watching the book that you've picked up.
Okay. I'm gonna walk to just outside the library. Once I notice the dragon stops, I'm gonna stop also,
Okay.
just out of confusion. and just be like, "Hey, this book has some gibberish. Apparently, it's important."
Okay. At this moment, I think, Sienna, you would be entering the veranda. So let's pause and move over to you.
Okay.
So you see the same thing right outside. It's got this beautiful, beautiful flowers, like butterflies everywhere, and you see a tipped over wine glass at the end, and you see Azor is leaning over it, examining it. Make a perception check for me, Sienna.
Okay. As I approach, I'll just say, "What did you find?"
You know, someone dropped a glass here. I don't know if there was a struggle or if someone
That's an
just.
18.
You. Ooh.
It's still fresh?
So
Yes.
you're looking at the glass that Azur has, and while you're like looking at it and looking around that area, you actually notice between the floorboards of this wooden deck, it seems like there's a shadowy shape underneath. You can't tell what it is from up here, but you can't. It's not super high or anything. You could jump down and look
Yeah.
underneath if you would like.
Yeah, she'll definitely jump down. Shadowy shapes around the mansion where her friend is about to get married are not cool.
Yes.
Particularly if they're hiding. So she'll just hop down off that.
So is it like a drawing or is it like someone hiding? I don't know what you mean by a shadowy shape.
Well, when
Basically, like a darker shadow, I'm guessing,
Yes.
underneath the
deck, essentially.
porch boards.
Mm-hmm.
So like if you were to look down between the boards of a porch and you could see a dark shape where there's like a difference in texture, yeah.
Perfect. So you hop down, and on closer look, you can see that it's actually a crumpled, lifeless body. And on closer inspection, it is unfortunately Maximilian Darlington, and he is most unfortunately quite dead. So.
Oh gosh, her instinct when she sees that it's Max is going to be to reach out and try lay on hands. Like she's gonna try to lay on hands with him.
You try, and nothing happens. He is definitely dead. And in fact, he's not even very warm.
She's gonna kind of sit back on her heels, like just rock back on her heels, and Azor, you'll see her because she just kind of flops out from underneath this, like, this is vine covered, sort of?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. She'll just kind of flop back out from between the vines, and she'll just look up. I found him. And then her head will just drop back down to the vine covered porch.
Is there still a little bit of wine in this cup, in this glass?
Yeah, you could probably get like a couple drops out of it.
I'd like to pick it up. The last person who gave Max this was Milton. I'd like to question him.
You know that Milton gave him that wine glass?
He was giving him drinks all night.
It was mentioned, yeah, and I was actually
Ah.
hoping to stop him for giving him the glass in the dance, but there was no chance. Because, well, in my speculations, I didn't like the way he just retreated in the middle of the battle and having a weird bear come into attack us, and the elf mentioned that it was very rare. I started suspecting him about the attack, you know, so I'd like to go find him.
Well,
Sure.
let's Diana's gonna lift her hand. Wait, let's not cause a scene. Let's try to keep this a little quiet. We don't want to cause a panic or ruin things more than they already have been.
What killed him?
Can you ruin a wedding more than killing the groom?
I mean, it's hard to, but causing a massive scene for the bride in the middle of the party might be bad, where she
So-
like faints in front of everyone. Let's try not to do that.
That's why I grabbed the glass to see if someone
Mhm.
can like appraise it to see if there's poison in this wine.
I could detect magic if it was magical. Um,
I don't know if that works, but if someone can like I don't know if there's like detect poisons or something like that, or like praise or
Alchemy.
Druids
Somebody
might
has
be able to do
alchemy
that,
or-
but not me.
I would say also
Don't
at
think.
this point, if Drobad Boom and Rowan want to say they've kind of made their way to the veranda, you can at this point, unless you guys wanted to do something else. So you're all in together.
And Sienna
I'd
is
like
still
to
just
go.
sort of sitting on the grass, looking at Max and sort of having this conversation with Azor and trying to figure this out. She's going to take a deep breath, gather herself, and like, I'm assuming, is he face down? Is he face up? How's he laying there?
Just make a general. Hold on. Sorry, I was moving all the characters. Let's see. Let's make a. Make just either
German.
a general perception check, or if you would like to kind of examine how he's died, you could make a medicine check. One or
She's
the
gonna make a
other.
medicine check. She wants to see if she can notice anything about this. It's a 12. She's still pretty distraught, I think, at this point.
Luckily for you, that was the DC. So when you investigate Maximilian's body, you find several cuts and a large bruise near one of his temples. You also realize that his neck has been broken. It's possible that
So it's not wine.
poison.
it's possible
Probably
that
not poison.
it's possible that Maximilian died by breaking his neck from the fall from the veranda, but you aren't entirely sure. And it's also possible someone could have killed him at an earlier point and shoved his body under here. You don't really have, there's not enough details to say whether this was an accident or whether it was planned. I would say
wow.
you also notice near the body is a yellow velvet pouch that is embroidered with a clumsy cross hatches that are probably supposed to resemble a butterfly, but really don't. And it contains 4 silver pieces, 2 copper pieces, a sachet of dried lavender, probably just to, smell good, and then 3 plain hairpins in it.
At this point, noticing the neck broken, Sienna's going to sort of flip into her investigator mode, the one she used to do in her city when she quit adventuring for a time. And she's going to look up at everyone who's up on the veranda. I can't say for sure, but we might have a murder on our hands. I'm hoping this was an accident and it can all be explained, but he seems to have been hidden beneath this veranda, and his neck is broken.
And on that note, we're going to pause and take a quick 15-minute break because I gotta pee. But also, it's past,
Sounds
past
good.
the 2-hour mark, so it's a perfect opportunity for a quick break. So we'll see everybody back here in 15 minutes. So like around 2:25, 2:30, and we'll be right back.
Perfect. Right as the drama starts.
Yeah.
See you soon.
All right, we're back. So, our lovely party has stumbled upon the body of Maximilian Darlington. So, and one of us has, Sienna, has suspected perhaps it is not as pleasant as it seems. Not that a murder is pleasant, but or a death is pleasant, but that it could be a murder. So, but
Spoilers, jeez.
well, it could be a murder.
Could be.
Murder most foul.
Indeed. So I would like to look up at the party, having just told them this might be a murder, and say we need to keep this quiet.
I feel like we need.
Don't want to cause a panic or spook whoever may have done this.
Putting some spooky music on.
I've done these investigations before. Whoever did this is probably still here. Have you found anything searching the house?
Well,
Oh, well, I found
Nothing
some
that leads to a
scrolls.
murder.
Can somebody read these? And I'll kind of put the book, the book that is in Dwarvish up in the air.
I would definitely recognize. The writing if it's
yes.
on the front cover.
The cover says, and you can just see it at a glance, Rowan, is a practical examination-based approach to different surveying methods in the Septentronium Urbis region, the region you're in. A geological thesis by Thora Hildenstrading. Hildestatri. There you go. Got it.
Somebody's looking to dig a hole.
Was there anything particular about it that caught your eye, Drabad?
It's a book on where to mine, where to dig a hole.
So Rowan, you can see there's also a red bookmark. He didn't. I'm assuming you left it in there.
Yeah. I just kind of even
right,
opened to the page.
All right, I open it up to that page that's marked. I don't read Elven, so I can't read the notes, but I can read the page.
Well, the one note wasn't actually in common. Some of the other notes are in Elven. But the one was.
I'd be able to read those. So.
Hold on. What page am I on?
So
Here we are.
It says the note.
Yeah, because my school Elvish was more like not schoolboy Elvish, but I learned school Elvish rather than the Elvish people typically speak. I learned it all, school proper. And I've got the same thing for Dwarvish. So.
Perfect. So you both can probably understand. You just glancing mostly through the chapter where, like around this bookmark, and you figure out that it's a bunch of different surveys that were carried out centuries ago across this region to examine their efficiency in detecting valuable ore. So there were 3 sites that were surveyed around the falls, which is where the Silver Lodge is now located. One of the methods involved drilling a 30-foot deep hole in the ground and meticulously collecting samples every 10 inches, and that revealed the possibility of a low to medium concentration of silver in the area. However, the results also suggested that the ore contains nickel and mithril, which is, if you're not aware, a very rare and valuable mineral. And that is this section, in that particular section where it starts talking about the mithril that was found, is where you find the note, if this is correct, mining here could be exceedingly lucrative.
I will tell these people, I'll tell the party, it's like, hey, according to these surveys, there might be some mithril here. I mean, somebody's about to make a pretty penny.
Do we know the author of this book? Like, is he in the party?
No, he's not at the party. It's, I mean, You probably wouldn't. If Boom would like, he could make a history check on the author. Because if anybody's gonna know, it'd probably be Boom.
Well, is the author dwarven?
Yes, it's a dwarven
No,
name.
he's the family, right? I thought he was the same family name as the bride.
No, the
Mm-mm.
author of the book. Let me find it again. Hold on. Is Thora Hildis?
Thornstone?
Yeah, Hildesdatri is her last name.
Thora Hildesdatri.
Yes.
Hmm.
Oh. But yeah, it's just it is a dwarvish name, so.
Okay.
Any
Hmm.
clan significance that I might know of?
You could make a history check. Ooh, natural 20.
Oh.
So you know of them. It's an older family. They, in particular, are well known for their own mining company that has survived the centuries. You don't know of a Sora per se. So that suggests to you either this is a very old mining survey, or at the very least, they don't spend a lot of time outside the mines. But you do recognize the family name as like a prominent mining family. They are in this same region, but they are rather far from this particular area of where the forest is.
I'm
That's
gonna
all.
tell you that name's familiar to me. If they're saying you can dig, you can dig. They've made their life for centuries on digging.
Did any of you hear anyone at this party having money troubles?
Everyone looks wealthy to me.
Well,
Yeah,
in
no.
circles like these, sometimes there's an appearance of wealth as a cover.
You
People
point
don't
them
like
out
Not
to.
the
I need
sister
to
with the
avoid
dead husband.
those.
Realizing what she's implying, Boom is just going to look at Sayana like, you don't think.
People kill for a lot
For
less.
money?
For money? No.
Oh, yes.
We would never do that at school.
Especially desperate people
Don't look at
who don't
Drobes.
want to lose their status.
Who owns this property?
So
I
go ahead if you want. If you know.
No, I was actually going to ask you that earlier. I couldn't remember if this was Lys's family's
It's
property
Lys's.
or if this was.
I thought
It's
that's what it
Lys's.
was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's the bride's family's property. They've guarded both the lodge and these woods for centuries. And of course, if the Darlingtons, with the union,
Marry them.
they get access to this area.
And this would fulfill the Darlington curse, correct?
It would.
Well,
yes.
if they get married, yeah, it would.
Technically, they
We
are
saw the
married.
ceremony. Oh, that wasn't
Yeah.
the marriage. They are married.
Mhm.
Yeah, technically they are
Yes.
married because you arrived during the hand fasting ceremony, which is an
Mhm.
official ceremony in the Elvish culture. So, yeah, so technically they are married,
So
even
we
though
got-
they didn't make it through the whole wedding day.
Yeah.
So,
But there's also another motive. Isn't the
Hmm?
brother, the brother of the groom? He's been dallying with the bride, ain't he?
They seem to be close friends. Lys is.
Friends.
And he seemed
Well-
very depressed about this union.
He did. Lys is, in my experience with her, far too proper
I gotta
to
yell at a dog.
go further. Given that she's betrothed to someone else, that to her would be a great breach of decorum.
She's a
But it
widow
isn't-
now. She ain't betrothed.
True.
all right.
Liz is too duty bound. I can't imagine something like this of her, and she's been at the party all evening. but Max left for a time. Who else was it that left? I can't recall. Max left. His brother left for a time, which is an interesting point, Rowan.
I
Mhm.
was with his sister. I think is his sister.
Mm-hmm. His half sister, the Lady Lillian.
Yeah. So I was with
He
her the
danced with
whole
her.
time.
Mm-hmm. Seemed
Make
charmed her.
I'm gonna let Rowan, because he was trying to be perceptive but not super perceptive, make a history check and see if he can remember the comings and goings of the people. Ooh, how about that? You remember the bottom of your mug the most, so you remember
And
your
your
ale.
bearded friend.
Yep, and your bearded friend. Even though you didn't speak, you bonded.
I tell you, I was watching. I know I was. I just don't remember what.
I still think we need to like have Milton maybe come inside and interrogate him.
I agree. We need to be discreet.
Should we bring who we suspect did it to the site and surprise them with the body and see how they react?
Do you tell Liz too? That's another question.
What could go wrong?
Yet.
I mean, I can just go
With the
outside
best
and
of intentions.
I
What
can just
could
go
go wrong?
out and tell Milton to bring us a round of drinks to celebrate with the groom and see his reaction.
Good.
That's not a bad idea.
And if he had nothing to do with it, he might help us in tracking him down if he is loyal.
What is everybody's passive perception? Okay. Yeah, she's not being quiet. So, you hear in the house. Oop, I teleported her away. My bad.
Whoop.
Whoopsie, right
That's
out
a
the
nice
door.
feature.
So you hear Liz saying something like, "It'll just be a moment. I'll be right back." And she goes inside, and you do, especially you, Drobad, since you're like right by the door, and your passive perception's pretty high. You see she makes her way straight into that drawing room next to you, and she does. The doors are open, so she does catch you, Drobad, and says, "What's going on out there?" And she'll like make her way towards the door. Is Cyanna there? Cy, are you there?
I am.
You might
I'm right
live
here.
your last.
Just wait a moment. I'll be right up.
Yeah, so I try to distract her into the room
Okay.
and just basically talking about the general in the party and not letting her get eyes on a corpse.
Who has a cloak?
Well,
Who
the
has a
corpse
cloak
is
or
still. I
a-
have not pulled the corpse out from under the porch. It's still laying where it was under the porch. All I've done is
okay.
examine the
but we can
body
still
to find
throw,
that
like,
the
a
neck is
cloak or
broken.
If we really want to hide it, the body, I can just put it in my ring.
Ha!
Wow.
Create bonfire.
That's actually a really interesting idea. But let's wait for a second. Let me see what Liz is coming looking for. And I'll just quietly say this. Hold on that thought. Just one moment, Azor. And she'll step inside and sort of gently kind of close the door behind her. Liz, is everything all right?
Yes, I just needed a moment, dear. You know how stuffy these affairs can be, but have you found Max? I still haven't found him.
I think he's attending to the gifts. Maybe point me to that direction.
I don't know where he put the gifts.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I'm sure Milton put them somewhere. You'll have to ask him.
Oh, I thought Gallianne said she was helping organize those things. You wouldn't know?
There's too much to keep track of, dear. There really is. But have you found him or not? I'm so worried.
She's gonna kind of look at Drobad like, oh boy.
I'm gonna hide the body.
Okay.
In your ring? Is that where you're putting it? Okay. Noted.
Yeah.
Nice.
We're looking. And Diana will have picked up that little yellow pouch. Liz,
Uh-huh.
do you know who this belongs to?
First, I need you to make a deception roll to see if you.
Okay.
I say at disadvantage because you know each other.
Yeah.
So
That's fine.
you've adventured together.
All right, so
Mm.
that's a 16 total for the
She
deception roll.
she catches something in your eyes, but
Mhm.
and you can tell she recognizes something, but she doesn't comment.
Mhm.
Um, and she just goes, "This pouch? It looks a lot like maybe Rosalinda's. I feel like she had a similar pouch. You'll have to ask her."
All right.
The right kind of stuff.
Thank you.
Don't you do it.
So with
Hey,
since Azor and I have traveled a little bit, I kind of know he's willing to hide things in the ring,
Mhm.
and so I'm hoping to stall her enough with Cyanna to kind of time it so that I'm assuming that's going to be his plan, and I'm hoping to see that we can keep her distracted for long enough
Mhm.
before she goes out.
Sure.
Yeah.
And
And
so, yeah.
to allay Liz's suspicions, I'll just say all we found so far was a wine glass on the porch. He perhaps went for a walk to clear his head before dinner.
You think? It doesn't really sound like him.
Well,
You don't drink
considering
wine?
Oh, he drinks wine, that's for sure. It's the walking and clearing the head part that does not necessarily sound like my new husband.
Oh, well, he was attacked today, so perhaps he had some things to think on.
I'm
The
gonna
hunt didn't go quite as
say
planned.
roll another deception check
Mhm.
as you
He
are
ran pretty
embellishing.
well from that attack.
He did.
I mean,
I'd like
retreated.
to provide some assistance. There you go.
Is that also at disadvantage or is that straight?
If he's assisting you, and he kind of is kind of keeping her busy, I'd say just a
Mhm.
straight roll. So yeah,
Okay. Well then that's a 21. So,
sure. Okay, well, if you find him, if you could just maybe track him down. I don't know what kind of skills this
Mhm.
group has, but I know in our adventuring days we always had someone who could do a little tracking. Tell him to come back. We've got the dinner in now in like an hour, and I don't. There's still some last minute preparations. We need to make sure that the seating arrangement is good. I don't want to, do any faux pas and put people by the wrong
Hmm.
people, and he understands this a little bit better than me. So,
Liz,
I yell up from down beneath. Les, aren't these hoity-toity things? Don't you guys usually have the seating arrangements done for days and days in advance?
yes, but there's always that one couple complaining about another couple, isn't there?
Who might that be?
You name some names. They're nobody specific. They seem to be minor
Mm.
nobility. You would probably recognize it, Sienna, but
Mhm.
it sounds
Yeah.
like just a normal, noble feud between two houses, and they don't want to sit by each other.
As
Do I
Liz
feel
is
like that she's actually telling the truth, that
Sure.
is the reason why she's looking for him so bad? Or is there something else that needs to be taken care of before dinner?
Mm.
Yeah, roll insight, and we'll find out.
The dwarf rolls insight.
Not
Oh,
bad.
not too bad.
Yeah, not bad. All right, so you get the sense that that is exactly what she's looking for. She's seems a
Mhm.
little bit nervous. That could also be because of the curse she heard about. It could be a
Mhm.
many different things, but it doesn't seem like she's hiding anything. It doesn't seem like she is.
Okay.
There's
Well,
anything
don't worry,
other than
lass.
that.
If somebody don't like their seat, I'll tie them to it.
Kind of she kind of giggles at that and she says, well, I think it might be best if we just consult Max on this one."
Mm. Liz, I'm guessing she's kind of turning to go at this point.
Mhm.
It may be indelicate to ask. Are the Darlingtons financially all right?
Let's see if she knows anything about their stuff.
I've heard some interesting things tonight, and I just...
As far as I'm aware, they have quite a fortune. So I should be, our two families coming together, it should be pretty profitable for the both of us. So as far as I'm aware, I haven't heard of anything.
Are they involved in mining operations, perchance?
Not that I'm aware of. Why would they be interested in mining? She looks utterly confused at
Lucrative,
that.
I hear. Yeah.
All right. We just found a book that was a little odd. Right. Well, I'll let you know when we find him, and I'll see you soon.
All right. Thank you. And she moves out of this room, and you see she kind of just goes into the what is this? The drawing room, and she just sits down for a little bit, kind of fanning herself, just taking a breather. But she doesn't even want to be in that room if you guys are in there. She just wants
I will
a little time
look at
to herself.
Drobod and just go.
Nice.
Not say anything because I know she's just in the drawing room, but I'll just give him a thumbs up, awesome. And then she's going to step back outside.
Okay.
And
Body's
look at
gone.
Boom.
You don't see the body now.
I'm assuming Azor took care of that. Boom. You've spoken to Rosalinda, yes? Spent some time with her?
Yes, she's lovely.
And talkative.
I need you to perhaps get a little information out of her. I found this, and she'll hold out the little yellow purse. On Max. Liz thinks it belongs to Rosalinda. Can you find out if that's true?
I don't see why that would be an issue,
Okay.
but I don't like
Well-
the direction this is taking.
Well, don't mention Max. Just say you found it, or that it was found, and if she knows the owner. If she's talkative, we don't want to mention Max right now, lest it get out. And let's see if we can't get Milton somewhere by himself. Get him to help us, perhaps look for his master, and then confront him with the information. And where did
Sure.
Azor go?
So I am heading out. I just pass near her, and I'm just like, it's a lovely place. Thank you so much for inviting us. Maybe you would like to. Maybe if you want me to get you a drink.
That would be lovely. Yes.
Oh, you're gonna go get milk.
And I just bow and I head outside to find Milton.
Nice.
Where would I expect Rosalinda to be during all this? Would she be back in that tent?
She would be outside. So still waiting to dance.
Oh, she'd just be hanging out outside.
Because they're still dancing outside. So if you go through,
Right. Okay, so she's still back at the party. Okay.
Yeah. So I'll just bring them in if you need them. So we're not switching back and forth between too many maps.
Right.
Well,
So,
I was just thinking that rather than just walking up to Rosalinda and being like, "Hey, is this yours?" I would try and find one of the serving people and pass it off to them and say,
Sure.
"Hey, I believe that woman over there dropped this. Could you return it to her?" And then I just want to position myself somewhere to see how she reacts to having it returned to her. Whether she's like, "Oh, thanks," and takes it, or if she pulls the whole "that's not mine."
Okay.
Sure.
So that's a nice shit.
Yeah, so you do this, you watch, you just pull one of there's plenty of servants around, they're nobility. They have help manning the drink stations and everything else. So you pull someone aside. She's a young girl, probably 15, 16, very young, but like eager to help. And she's holding a tray with a bunch of different drinks on it. And she's like, right away, sir.
I'll
And
take one of the drinks and act like I'm too busy with my drink to actually return it, so that's why I need her to do it.
Perfect. And
Yeah, Boom gets my inspiration point for this. This is a smart move.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
brilliant. Also, I meant to say earlier, I wanted to give my inspiration point to Jerry for the ring. That's really
Perfect.
cool. How to conceal the body so we don't start a panic at the wedding.
Perfect.
That's fabulous.
All right.
Raul's gonna have to give himself inspiration at some point.
So you go ahead, you hand it off to this little pouch to this servant girl. She rushes over to Rosalinda, and you're close enough, I would say, that you can hear the conversation with her. And you hear her say, "Oh my goodness, I lost this. I must have left it on the wallflower shelf when I sat down, and I just got so eager about dancing, and then when I looked down it was gone, and I didn't even know where it was. Thank you. Who gave this to you?" Did you tell the servant girl not to mention you, or?
I didn't tell them anything, but if I see her even think about gesturing my way, I'm going to duck behind a person, a pillar, a wall.
Okay, so you do that, and make a stealth check, because the servant's going to turn around and point in your direction. But let's see if you hide well enough.
Come on, you can do it.
I immediately cast Prestidigitation again on the other side of the serving girl, and just call some little pop sound that makes her look the other way.
Sure. So roll with advantage.
Okay.
That's great.
Gotta find some way to make those spells useful.
Right.
Yeah, right.
I did it on freaking Beyond again. I don't know why.
Oh no. You gotta
I'm so
close
used to
Beyond.
playing on roll
Yeah, just
20
close-
and
just
letting
close
it and letting it be there. Let's see. Still
That's not bad.
and
Advantage, though. Yeah.
forget what I'm supposed to push to make it advantage. Was it Control or Shift?
I don't remember.
I think
But,
control is disadvantage, so it has to be either shift or alt.
I think it's
Gotcha.
I think it's shift, but I don't remember. Or no, shift is a regular roll. Alt is advantage.
So
Yeah,
alt.
I need to
Shift
switch
is
to
alt.
this permanently, but I just haven't done it yet.
Yeah, A.
Alt.
A
It's alt.
for
Nice.
advantage. Alt advantage. Okay. Anyway,
Control is disadvantage.
perfect.
So a 13. Do I get to hide behind someone?
Yeah, you do. Mostly because you distract Rosalinda with sparkles, and she's like, "Oh, that's beautiful. Who's doing all these effects?"
Yep, it is control.
Nice.
But yeah, and I don't know that the servant girl would know your name, as you're not a well-known noble or
Yeah, I'm a
anything like
nobody
that,
here, so
she was
yeah.
pointing to you, but you're gone, so like, well, she tries to like describe you, and Rosalinda goes, "Oh, it's no matter. I'm just grateful to have my stuff back." And then you see her open it up and count the coins that are in there and make sure everything is like in there. And that's
I'd like to keep an eye on her for just a couple of minutes, because I mean, if this is something suspicious, if she knows where it was, then I feel like that's going to generate some form of reaction. But if she doesn't know where we would have found it, then it would kind of make sense that she's like, "Oh, thanks. Like I must have lost it." So I'll just try and keep an eye on her a little bit. Nothing crazy.
You watch her.
Would she have had instinct to be in the manor?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Would she have had instance to be in the manor?
Well, she's one of the
We found
servants.
it
She's like the
inside-
lady in waiting for the wife. So yeah.
Okay, so then she would have been in there. Okay, good enough.
Yeah.
So you watch her pull aside somebody else, it looks like another handmaiden of some sort, and I'd say you're probably still close enough to overhear her, and she goes, "Look, they found it. You can stop looking now. We found my purse. It's all good." And you can see she's like calming people down, like telling them that they found her purse and all of that. And then people do ask like who found it and things like that, but they're, we're not sure. The servant girl over there gave it to me. And, yeah, it's just
Some
like,
guy with, blue skin and flaming hair. There's
yeah.
thousands of them here. Okay,
Okay.
yeah, I would report the information back to Sayana because she's kind of like our lead investigator, it seems. So,
Sure.
Well,
And
she
then-
did this as a career before going back to adventuring, so.
no, yeah, it makes sense.
Azor, you went to grab Milton, correct?
Right.
Hmm.
All right.
So I just approach him and I do it like a gesture like this, trying to ask him. But while I'm doing this, I'm casting guidance on myself.
Okay.
Mm.
Sure.
There we go.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Milton, Lord, is it Max or Maxwell? I don't remember.
Maximilian.
Maximilian, sorry.
Mhm.
Lord Maximilian and Lady Lysandria want some drinks. Maybe you can fetch some for us, please.
And he nods yes right away, and you see him scurry off to the kitchen, grab some drinks. He comes back out. Where are they? And like asking you to leave
Did
the room.
he react in absolutely any way at all, or just immediately went for drinks?
He just immediately goes for drinks. You could roll an insight check to see if he gives any hint to anything.
Right. 12.
Okay. He seems stone-faced. He just does this on a regular. He's very practiced. He moves very quickly. You do get the sense that he's moving, fast, and he knows his way around the manor, but other than that, it's just a servant going to get drinks.
Oh, don't you worry. I'll give them to them. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Doesn't appear that he knows Max is dead, huh?
Mm-hmm.
He seems to be normal so far.
Okay.
And I just approach my lady. Here you go.
Thank you. And she takes it, and you see her take kind of a big swig at first, and then kind of calms down a little. You see her take a deep breath, and she's like, "I guess I should probably go back out there, huh?"
A toast for your wedding, I say, and I cheer with her since I have the other glass.
Thank you. And
good point.
she tips her glass against yours, and
Having gotten the information from Boom, I'm
Mhm.
assuming by this point that Rosalinda seems to have just lost her purse. Sayana's going to make her way back inside as they're toasting.
Okay.
And before Liz goes back out, she's going to sort of pull her over towards the fireplace for a second for like a quiet, private chat.
Oops, I'm
Liz,
you.
can I talk to you?
Oh, I think I gotta restart my foundry. Of course.
Oh no!
It's fine.
I don't know if it helps, but I figured out what my problem was. I was running it in Chrome, and Edge gets along with Foundry so much better for some reason.
It does for some
Really?
reason.
I run it
Really?
It's
a lot.
been
I
like
should run
10
Edge.
years, but I'm finally going to give a point to Microsoft.
I'm using Firefox and it's totally fine.
Yeah. I'll probably install Firefox, yeah.
My dad loves
Neat.
Firefox.
But yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
I don't know if it'll help, but
I am in Chrome. It's too late now. We're already here.
yeah, I switch.
I'll have to switch next time. Okay, so yeah, you see them giving a toast. I'm sorry. So what were you going to do as you enter this room?
Once they finish their toast, Sayana wants to just kind of take Liz by the elbow. Liz, can I speak to you for a moment? And she's going to try to draw her to the fireplace for quiet chat.
Absolutely, my dear.
Liz, you seem particularly worried about Max. Does he disappear often?
No, but I must confess, he has a bit of, and she like looks around and like sees that there's no other people around, and she like leans in and says, he has a bit of a drinking problem. And I'm just worried that he might be drinking himself into a stupor, and it could go poorly. This is a big event.
Is that common for him to drink to a stupor?
I'm not sure. I I mean, that would be something probably Milton would know as, his manservant. I just know what I've heard, and that is part of the rumor. But also, this curse thing, it just makes me uneasy. We've seen a lot of things in our adventuring. Curses are not something to take lightly, and I just hope that, everything's fine and I'm worrying for nothing. But I will feel much better when I know where he is and what has happened, and why he has been missing
Liz,
for this long.
one last question, and then I'll let you go back to the party. Is there anyone that seems to hold a grudge against Max? I've heard a lot of interesting rumors about him, his past being a little less than perfect, shall we say. And you used to say that he was an unpleasant fellow, so I just want to make sure I cover all the details.
Let me double check here. I don't.
Meta level, you're starting to ask him real shady questions.
I know. I know. I'm towing the line here. I know.
So she kind of looks at you and like it takes her a second. Like she knows you're playing the investigator card with her, and that is piquing her interest slightly. And she goes, not that I'm aware of. Why are you asking this, Sai?
Well, if something did happen and he is missing, it's good to know all the angles.
Roll a deception check. A new one, because you're interacting with her in a separate conversation.
And then roll initiative.
Then
roll initiative with the bride. Let's see. Oh, 20.
Good. Yep.
Not a nat, but it's a 20.
Yep. And she goes, "Well, I mean, you're not wrong, so I'll trust you in this. But as far as I'm aware, the Darlington family has always been on the up and up. I mean, I know their father passed away recently. I'm sure since Max has suddenly come into the inheritance, like that's an added stressor. But I don't know of anybody who would wish ill towards the family, and if so, I mean, aside from whatever fey creature might have cursed them hundreds of years ago, but aside from that, I'm not aware of anything."
All right. We'll keep looking.
Thank you.
And I will exit back towards where everyone has kind of gathered up. So
Milton, this didn't seem suspicious, and we know he's, I guess, loyal, right? I am gonna go back out and ask him, hey, Lord Max, what was his name again? Maxwell?
Maximilian.
Yeah, Maximilian.
Maximilian, sorry.
You can say Max.
It's okay. It's a weird name.
Yeah.
Is asking for you. Please come with me.
Oh. Have you found the master? I know that Liz was looking for her. Or him. Sorry, him. Whoops.
She was going out at this point, right?
Yeah.
I just bring him. Oh, there's a wall. Can I go? There we go.
I'm gonna go back down there.
Bring him.
While they're doing that, can I reinvestigate the area around the balcony? I want to see if maybe we missed a sign where there was a struggle, like bunched up carpeting, something where somebody either pushed or tripped or.
Sure. I believe it's an investigation check. Yes.
I'm not good at that, but hey, I'll give it a shot. It almost stayed on 14, didn't it?
Almost, but did not. So, you.
Am I here? Yeah. I can help with investigating.
Yeah, if you want to give him advantage.
All right,
or...
yeah.
Solid at that one.
Yeah, I'd rather explain to him what I'm looking for. Look, let's see if
Yep.
there was a fight, if people were pushing and
Ooh.
shoving.
Perfect. All
There you
right.
go.
So, okay. So you start looking around, right? So, you're looking at, signs of struggle. It's a wooden deck. It's very clean even out here. There's no sign of like altercation per se. You do take a look at the wine glass again, because you know that Azor had mentioned it. And when you look at it more closely, you kind of bring it up, you sniff it. It does smell a little bit of mulberry, which is strange. You don't recall there being any like mulberry wine or anything like that. And it's definitely
Ooh.
interesting. And I think,
Do we
yep.
know anyone that uses poisons?
Well, I'm
Uh,
an assassin.
Hey, I was just gonna say it was Drover all along.
He wants those wedding gifts,
Can
man.
you recognize possibly that what type of maybe a sleeping poison or something that was on
Let's
this
see.
knife?
I do have
On this.
a poisoner's kit, so could I do some sort of a check?
I would say either survival or nature, and I'd say at advantage based on your history.
Cool. We said alt is advantage.
Yes.
Nice. There's two sides of
Ooh.
the spectrum.
I'm investigating this so hard.
So you check it, and you smell the mulberry as well, and then you start putting it together. You're like, mulberry, mulberry. What do you use? And then it clicks. It's probably some sort of sleeping draught. So you think that some sort of this wine has been laced with some sort of heavy sleeping potion of some sort. Not necessarily
So-
So it could have.
poison, but
Say,
So it could have.
Milton, are you the only one who's been giving I forgot his name again, sorry.
Max.
Max.
Max drinks, or did anyone gifted him something, or a weird how do you say it, cheers with someone?
How many?
A toast.
Yeah, someone gave him a toast with a different wine other than whatever you give him.
Hold on. So how many points do you have with Milton?
With him, only one.
Okay. That's better than none.
He's actually the only person who has points with Milton. So
That's good.
Ooh.
Well, there we go.
Let's see.
What Milton gets for being shady. Nobody wants to be his friend.
Let's see.
Sir Milton.
So he looks at you and he says, "Not that I'm aware of. I know that Milton, or he's Milton. I know that Sebastian and Max were talking at one point together.
Mhm.
I know also that Thalgion left the dance floor for a little bit. I'm sure at any point they could have done a toast with them, but as far as I'm aware, I'm the one that's been in charge of his drinks."
Which it's what I'm about to tell you, the more difficult then, because I'm gonna be straight with you. I think someone poisoned your boss.
So be straight with us, blue horns.
Poison. So are you? So roll a, I don't know, persuasion or intimidation, your choice, with advantage from your friend
Oh my
Drobad.
god.
Let me check.
What could go wrong?
You know what? Yeah, let's go intimidation.
Yeah, I like the
Whoa.
intimidation.
22.
Whoa.
He looks almost like aghast, like, what are you trying to say? I would never poison the master. Of course, I have perhaps put some antitoxin in his wine this evening, as the master does like to imbibe on a little bit too much liquor and wine. So I'll admit to that, but poison? Heavens no.
Well, he was put to sleep.
To sleep? No. And he pulls out the vial, or a vial, and he
Mhm.
hands it to you, and he says, "This is all that I've ever put in his drink, and it's just to help prevent him from going a little overboard." And he hands it
As
to
he's
you.
Does it have more in it?
as they're looking at that, I'd like to look up from below and say, so he drinks himself to a stupor often then? Enough that you need to give him a dosage of an antitoxin?
He definitely, you see him, his face for a split second, very briefly, because he's a very poised person, but you
Mhm.
see him hesitate, like he doesn't want to speak ill of his
Mhm.
master, but
Well,
he does, looking at the rest of the group and having been intimidated by you guys, he does, acquiesce. He has on occasion, but this does not leave
How
this
well is this
veranda.
known?
Of course.
Perhaps,
How well known is this?
I mean, servants gossip and talk about everyone, but as far as I know, only a select few would know this. Maybe his family.
Here's
Liz
what I've got
mentioned
going in my head. Oh,
something.
go ahead. You go first.
Sorry, go ahead.
Here's what I got going in my head. Why would someone that knows he drinks a lot need to put him to sleep with something else? Just give him drinks.
Hmm.
Great point.
Yep.
So it will be someone who didn't know he drank a lot.
That. Or they were trying to put him out sooner.
Who
Right.
takes the vial that Milton hands out?
I do.
Okay,
I'd
so
like to look it over.
yeah, same check, like survival, or you can make it advantage as well based on your background. Survival or nature.
Nilton, was there anything bothering him particularly that caused him to drink? Liz mentioned that he drinks somewhat to excess.
You see him hesitate again. But this time he seems a little bit more tight-lipped about it. Drobad, you are sniffing this. It does not smell like
Nice.
mulberry. And you even dip your finger in it a little bit, take a little taste. It's definitely something, it's a pretty common tincture that people, especially in higher society, use to help with hangovers and to prevent you from getting too drunk. You can, based on your history and just that 21, you recognize this.
your history.
You may
When
have
he
had this
hesitates,
What sort
before.
of history would you have to know this?
Well,
So,
I want to stay sober.
so I'll look
when
at
he
Milton.
hesitates to answer, I'm going to quietly, not so quietly, slip a set of brass knuckles onto my hands from my pocket. In full vision of him when he hesitates on the answer to that.
Roll an intimidation check.
Like he's already intimidated, so.
Oh God!
And you do that, and
Maybe
he looks at
maybe
it.
you're not trying to put the knuckles and they are not fitting, and you're like, hold on.
When did my fingers
Now,
get
he's
so
just supremely
fast?
confident that we won't beat the shit out of him, huh?
yeah.
I'll walk
Alright.
up to him and ask him if anyone here at the party has reason to hurt the master.
Mm.
To hurt him? Let me just double check my notes here. I don't think so. I mean, truth be told, I don't think the Darlingtons are in a financially good state.
Mm.
I have two questions for you.
Mm.
Who will benefit for this union, and who will benefit for this union to not be happening?
Oh.
So, I mean, the Darlingtons would definitely benefit if what I suspect is true. I've seen Maximilian brood over his ledgers late at night ever since he inherited, the estate and the finances from his father. I'm I even hear him mumble in his sleep at times. He's restless. I think that could be why he's been drinking as much as he has. This is not a problem that he had since childhood or something. It's a more recent development. Um, but I believe that he wanted to marry Liz not only because it was financially beneficial, but I feel like he has some interest in the lodge, but I'm not sure.
A mining interest.
But will someone benefit, or I guess be ruined about from these two families to be together?
I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of minor noble houses that would be, less happy about this union, but there's nobody I
Hmm,
can point out to exactly.
that's unfortunate.
Has Liz dated any other of the lesser nobles?
Are you asking Milton this?
Going with the jealous ex.
He wouldn't know.
No.
He doesn't know.
Somebody that was dating her for the money and then got knocked out of the running.
Yeah, jealous ex.
Yeah, he's a
Milton,
Darlington fan.
Yes.
Milton, what do you know about Morgan Lavender? He claims to have played for the Darlingtons several times. He arrived with us on the road.
That bard. Well, I know he has some sort of secret, and I know that Max definitely knew whatever this secret, or knows. He doesn't. He knows
Mm-hmm.
whatever this secret is, but I don't. I don't care as long as he doesn't bother the master. He's even providing his services for free for the Darlingtons, so it's got to be something important. But that is all I know.
Hmm.
Thank you.
Hmm. I mean, the only other suspect that we can have is the brother right now, because
Brother doesn't make sense though.
he was
But
being acting very, very weird at the dance and everything. So
yes, but he doesn't. He benefits some, but I think there may be another motive here
I have to.
we're
I'll
missing.
look
Brother
at
would know of the drinking problem.
what's
Azor,
the.
you've spoken to Thalgion before. Could you perhaps introduce me? I've met him a few times.
The DM is going to give you guys a tiny hint. A tiny hint.
Okay.
So pay attention. It will not be repeated.
Yeah.
An important thing to help you figure out this murder is
Mm-hmm.
to know where everybody was and when. So
Mm.
you need a timetable essentially. I mean, it won't be exactly, but you need a rough
Yeah.
timetable. That is all.
Thank you.
okay, so the brother did go out, and then some other person went out. I don't
Milton,
remember who was the other person.
Yes.
Max went inside the house.
Mhm.
Was that after? I cannot remember. Did he go in after my dance with him? Or was it later?
It was
After.
after almost maybe directly after. It seems like he's having a hard time remembering, but I suppose that was probably
Mm-hmm.
about it.
I'm
I
pretty sure they
know
both went together,
Milton.
the brothers.
Um, he does know he doesn't know if he doesn't keep tabs on Sebastian, so he wouldn't remember if Sebastian went in or not. But he
Mm-hmm.
would know where his master went in, and he says, I did a like, I mean, I spent some time around that time also fixing up his rooms from the hunting expedition, making sure everything was in order after he cleaned himself up. I unpacked his luggage, made sure everything was arranged, and then when I came back out, he still hadn't returned. But that's all I could really say.
So he went in and never came back. Perhaps he's passed out somewhere from the sleeping draught. You said that Thalgian and you remember Thalgian and Sebastian going inside at one
Yes,
earlier.
not at the same time. I think they were slightly after. They didn't go in together.
Not together, but after. Hmm.
Thalgian's the elf, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Distant cousin of the bride.
Ah.
Yep. That's where my mind went earlier.
Uh-huh.
That when
Somebody that has a
Azor
lot to
asked
lose.
about when Azor asked
Somebody
about
who
things
has a
that people
lot to
had to lose.
Yeah.
I have an idea.
Oh God.
What are you thinking?
The book in
I'm about to
Dwarvish.
ruin somebody's life.
The book is
Well,
in
the book that's
Dwarvish, yeah.
written in Dwarvish.
Are you saying it
Milton.
was Rowan?
No.
Oh.
Milton, could your master read Dwarvish?
Ooh, does he know that? Yeah, he'd probably know that. Yeah, I believe he is versed in many languages. Dwarvish is probably one of them. Elvish, of course. Common, of course. But I think he even knows Draconic. And, I don't know. Name something else. Something else common. I don't know. He's a well-educated man.
Of course,
Undercommon.
I
What?
forgot how
I don't think that's common.
I do apologize. I've forgotten how well schooled your family was. It's been so many years since I've been back, or since the Darlingtons. Wonder.
Well, at this point,
Okay, as
I was gonna say,
Diana.
if you don't need me, I'm going to leave, as I have much to prepare for dinner. So
Yes.
Milton straightens his little necktie and then leaves the room.
DM.
Yeah.
Would Cyanna have met Thalgian before? I know he said he's a distant cousin. Would she have met him at any point? No. Okay.
No.
Okay, it's at this time, I'm notifying, like talking to the group. No one seems to be noticing that the groom is gone.
Yep. Except
Other
Liz.
than the bride.
True. Everyone just seems to be working as usual, even his servant.
Well, his servant knows he tends to drink himself to excess, so perhaps not strange.
Who else do we kind of invite here to talk?
We could talk to the dragon.
That's dragon?
A little scale cat?
There's a dragon?
Well, it seems to be
Scale
in that
cat.
room for some reason.
What room?
Do you take them?
What size dragon are you talking about, Drobot?
Just start walking over and seeing the dragon in the library. If you just walk across the next room. Seem to be aware of the room.
And
there may
as
be
you,
some other thing.
it sees you, Jobat, and it comes and perches on top of a shelf, kind of near the secret door, even.
Yeah.
And it's just watching
That's where I
you.
found the book.
Interesting.
Can I try to pet the dragon?
Make an animal
Does,
handling
does,
check.
does,
Oh
does
no.
Oh
anyone
gosh.
know? Does anyone know Draconic?
I don't think so. No.
I mean, just
Common
to
dwarf orc. Nope.
check, I speak in Infernal to the dragon, like, good evening, my friend. Just, maybe.
Okay. You wait, so you're like bowing and very respectful to the dragon, yes?
Right, right,
Okay.
right.
You Drobad, you go to pet
It does not
um
eat you.
you go to pet the dragon and it hisses at you and recoils. It
Hmm.
is
Fair enough.
but looking at you, Jerry, you bow
Mm.
and it kind of sits a little taller, like puts its tail like perfect so it looks like a very like almost picturesque like statue version of a dragon as it holds its head higher. Um, let's see.
I switch between Infernal and Common just to, like, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, and I bow.
Hmm.
And you see that the dragon kind of nods its head towards you and hisses in like a very pleasant manner.
Hmm.
And this little dragon, she's blue and she's the size of like about a cat, and she kind of almost has like the movements of like a cat, like very sly or slinky, and yeah, she
Huh.
moves closer to you, Azor, and all of a sudden, in your head, you hear, "What brings you to my lair?" It's a very like hissy like sound, but that comes in just to your brain. Nobody else hears this.
Do I have to think my answer or speak it?
You could do either. It doesn't matter.
We're looking for a friend of yours, I assume, or maybe an acquaintance. Lord Max.
And you can feel the exasperation as she says, "Oh, him." And she says, "Well, that cat fellow already found the room where he would be in, but I haven't seen him in my lair for a day or two. Hasn't been in here today."
Do you relay that to us?
I mean, yeah, I'm like, well, Miss, how will I call you? What's your name?
It's Dizzy. Dizzy the dragon.
Oh, Miss Dizzy here is
I'm
saying
Miss
that
Dizzy.
this is her lair, and
Lady Dizzy.
she has not seen Lord Max for a few days.
Has
What'd she
anyone
say
else
about the
come
hat?
to her lair?
She
Do I have to, like?
no, so Dizzy looks at Sienna as she says this, and just her tail just starts like flicking, and she looks back at you and Azor and she says, "I am not prone to such idle gossip." So
Okay.
you're gonna have to squeeze it out of her probably. Well, not squeeze,
You don't
don't
seem
squeeze, she's
very you
tiny.
don't seem very you don't seem very fond of Lord Max.
Of course not. He sits here in this library acting like he owns the place. This is my library. At least Liz and the other ones, they understand, but not him. These are my books. And she just starts ranting about how he folds the corner of the book pages to mark his place, and how he never puts them back in alphabetical
3
order,
months here.
and yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I
I
always
love this
appreciate
dragon.
I always appreciate all of our books. It looks like your layer is very well taken care of.
So she perks up at that. She says, "Thank you for noticing. I try my hardest. I mean, it's a lot of work. Have you tried lifting a book that's as big as you? It's very hard."
I can imagine.
For the purposes of this, Jerry, you would gain 1 admiration point from Dizzy the dragon.
Let's go. I collect them all.
You are.
Friggin' Pokemon over here.
He actually now has a
Yep.
point from everyone on the list.
Jeez.
Good job.
Azor's the charmer.
There we go.
Oh my goodness. So, the dragon knows she's been in and out of this room,
course
but
she does.
doesn't quite want to tell.
Um,
I
the
think
dragon obviously understands common.
Yes.
What else can we ask?
Most
think-
esteemed scale cat. I know you don't like him that much, but you wouldn't have any reason to hurt the lad. Would you know who would?
Um,
Oh.
um, so she looks at you, and then you hear in your head now. Well, especially since you called her esteemed, even though you called her a cat. She, you
Scale
hear,
cat.
Scale cat.
uh-huh. You hear in your head. I mean, as much as I don't like the elven renovations to my library, I mean, at least Lysandra's mother kept this portion. You know, it's mostly the way that it was hundreds of years ago. But I would never hurt the family, and I don't know anybody who would necessarily know. I rarely leave the library. I mean, this is my home, where I keep my collection.
Hmm.
Who owned it before the elves?
Oh, well, you see, I was summoned. And she pauses. Maybe 3 centuries ago? 4? It's hard to keep track. But a mage, he summoned me, and I served him for many, many years. But then he grew a little mad, a little crazy. Not very pleasant to be around. And there was these people, much like you guys, actually. They came and they kind of took care of him. Before he could do something. It looked rather sinister, I'll be honest. I'm not I mean, I know a little bit about magic, but mostly from what I've read in stories and books. But yeah, it had something to do with enslaving people, or I'm not sure. But
Hmm.
then those people came, took care of the mage, then this place was abandoned for a few years, and then those bandits came and they started looting and plundering everything, and they took all of my precious books. I had to, like, I couldn't do anything. I'm small, you know. I could bite, but I was so afraid that they might kill me, so I hid. I regret it, but there's not much you can do when you're of my size. And yeah, somehow some of the books made it to, made it through that, and now here we are, renovated slightly. Not my taste, but at least the books are here.
I love this dragon so much.
And I would
Well,
say,
you did a good job despite the circumstances.
thank you. And I would say Rowan gains 1 admiration point for asking about the
Hmm.
dragon's history.
Nice.
Hmm.
So
I think at this point, Cyana's just going to, seeing how everyone's been speaking to the dragon, just sort of bow to her and say thank you for letting us examine your lair. Have you perhaps seen Thalgian come here recently? The cousin of Lady Liss?
The stuffy elven dude with the shiny blade.
Yes, him. Yes, him. Bit of a pompous person.
A bit is an understatement. But yeah, he was in here not too long ago. It sounded like, I mean, I didn't see Max, and he wasn't in here, but it did sound like Max's voice he was arguing with somebody or something. Couldn't really hear him, but that elf fella, he was here. So, and I can't stand when people fight, so I went into the hidden library, you know. But maybe he was quarreling with that other, with Liz, with his bride? I don't know. It sounded female, perhaps. I'm not sure.
Thank you.
You also gain an admiration
That is
point.
a great help. That is a great help.
Maybe we actually need to talk to the bride.
Or the bride's sister.
I don't think she went. I don't remember. I don't.
Sienna was standing and talking to her for a while.
You were.
And you spent.
Jerry spent some time with her, but there was. You can't spend the whole time with her, so there was some time that she did go off on her own.
Which sister are we talking about, though? Are we talking about the bride's sister or the half sister of the
I was
groom?
thinking about the bride's sister.
The bride's sister you were with. Yeah. You're right. Jerry was with
I stood and talked.
She was on top of where I was dancing with Liliana.
Lillian, yeah. I stood and talked with Galliana for a little while.
Yes.
And then you were dancing with Lillian. But we can't do multiple dances, so
they really Galliana left to the older sister.
Yeah, so Gallianne did leave for a little bit. Even Lillian left for a little bit. I mean, it's a party, people come and go, but also, you gotta use the restroom sometime, powder your nose, girls do that. So
well, we need to talk to either the bride or her sister or both, but yeah.
I suspect a girl did this.
Who?
I suspect a girl did this.
Right.
Poisoning?
Poisoning for one. Someone that didn't know that he gets drunk all the time. That's why they used a knockout poison. I don't think they were actually trying to kill him for sure. And the push was accidental. Because, you know what I'm saying? But a guy would have gotten a fight with him. And that would have been noisy.
Him up more. Yep. Well, he was cut. There were cuts and bruises. But that could have been from the fall.
It could have been from the fall, correct. Well, we appreciate your assistance, Miss Dizzy.
She gives a curt nod. She doesn't bow, of course. She's way above that. Right. But she does do a curt nod and says, anytime, if you have any interesting stories you'd like to share, I'll be in here. And she kind of curls up on a book.
I'll be sure to come again.
Yes. And then, okay, so what do we know? We know Thalgian and Sebastian went in after Max did. We know that Gallianne and Lillian went.
If I remember correctly, when Max left, his brother left with him, and then after that, the elf went. Like that's the line.
Yeah, Sebastian went in after Max did. So Max went first, then Bastian followed a little later.
Right.
And then Thalgian went inside.
Right. So
and Bastian came back at some point.
From the guys that we are suspecting, the elf is the last one who went.
Could possibly have seen him.
But we still have to
account for the girls.
You're correct.
And we haven't even thought about the mothers.
How did the purse get on his person?
Is it possible Rosalind was out on that balcony at some point with Liz because that's near Liz's room. It
What-
dropped
what-
down.
What if the Rosalind person had the drug for her for some reason in her purse, and Max found it and thought it was something different? I mean, it could have been a
Possible.
total accident or total.
Well, it could also have been, the purse could have been on him because it may have been dropped when she was with Liz on that balcony and fallen, and maybe Max had been out there and noticed it and picked it up. That could have been pure coincidence.
We still have to question like 3 or 4 people.
Mm-hmm. We do. So we need to talk to Thalgian,
And we have to do it quick.
Gallian, Lillian.
At this point, you probably
And do
have
we tell Liz before the banquet?
you probably have like 45 minutes roughly until the dinner. So they'll definitely,
Right.
especially you,
should-
Sienna, you would know they'll definitely notice if he is not at the dinner.
He's not there.
Right.
Yeah.
We need to find some
You're
way
like
to...
the best person to at least bring the girls in. We could start
Mhm.
with them. I don't know how
But-
to convince the elves to come inside.
Protocol-wise, though,
I'll go get him.
we should probably... At this point, I think we need to tell Liz.
Yes.
Because if that banquet goes off and he's not there, it'll be more of a scandal
Right.
than if we tell her now and try to have her
Let's
come
start
to
with
some
her.
reason to delay it.
Yep.
Okay.
Well,
so
if
you're
you want to bring her in.
This is going to be very difficult.
Yes.
Let's...
Let's have her sit in this couch.
Yes. What do we do with Max? Do we keep him in the ring for now? I don't
mean,
necessarily want to shock her with his body popping out of a ring.
Right. I'll keep him.
Okay.
Good call.
Yeah.
That would be very like, oh, okay, there's a dead body here. It's fine.
That would be horrifying if you just like were talking to her and then he pops out of the ring.
We have
and,
something to tell you. Plop.
like, plop.
Here
Like, oh,
it
God.
is.
Screams.
That might be the way to do it. See who reacts.
Oh God. Just pop his dead body out of a ring.
I'll be sitting in
All
this
right, who
chair.
did this?
He
Yeah,
plops down and she's like, yes, what of it?
So there's where it was.
Yeah. Oh, there he is.
Okay.
All right.
So who goes to
Bring
fetch
this in.
Liz? And
I think Sienna will,
okay.
Right.
since I've
Yeah.
got the closest relationship with her.
It's pretty easy to spot her. She's still in her wedding gown, hasn't changed into her dinner
Mhm.
attire quite yet. She follows you in. You try to do it like pretty discreetly, so nobody really pays any attention. You come in to this room, and she sits down and she goes, "What is it, dear? Have you found Max?"
I'll sit beside her on the couch. We
Well,
did find him,
And
but the news isn't good.
you see her
Um,
just visibly pale.
And I'll reach out and just kind of take her hand. It seems your fears about the curse may have been founded, but there may also be something else at work.
She just kind of sucks in a whole breath of air. What are you saying? Is he? No.
He's dead. He's dead.
She, you see, like, visibly even paler. You didn't even think she could get paler, but she's getting.
I mean, she's pale already,
she's
so
pale already, but it's almost as pale as her wedding dress. And she goes, do you think it was an accident, or do you think it was the curse? That
we're still trying to find out. There was a draught in his wine. Appears to be meant to put him to sleep, not kill him.
what? I don't
But
understand.
he was already drinking heavily, and it may have caused him to fall.
So
we
is-
don't know if it was an accident or
Or intentional.
or intentional.
you know.
We're trying to prevent a panic,
Yes.
but knowing that dinner is coming I
has
don't
to
want
be
you
one.
to be put in an awkward situation.
It has to be. If anything happened, it has to be from someone here. And if we tell them now, they'll scatter. We need to find whoever did
Mhm.
this. I can stall them.
Exactly.
I can delay the dinner for as long as I can, but we have. If he's not there at the dinner, you know, they'll know. There's no way we
You,
can
I
hide
know.
that. And
do
We'll
you
keep
know anyone
investigating.
who maybe was had ill intentions against him?
ill intentions. I mean, not that I know. And she seems like she's visibly distraught, and she
Mm-hmm.
is like you could just tell she's like racking her brain for anything. I
I come forward and it's just like, lower myself because she's sitting down,
Mm-hmm.
trying to calm her. Like, right now we only have 2 or 3 suspects, so maybe you can help us
who
line up their relationships.
Mm-hmm.
I
It's
can I can try.
the only people we know that came inside, well, when he was inside, was his brother, um the
Sebastian,
elf. I don't remember his. Yeah, Sebastian, the elf person,
Thalgian, your cousin.
right?
my cousin.
And your sister?
And his sister.
No, her sister.
Both
Both of
sisters.
them did
Both
at
of
one
them.
point.
Oh, both sisters.
His
Well,
sister as well.
their sisters.
Mm-hmm.
I guess four people came in.
I I could never see Sebastian doing anything to his older brother. He's looked up to him for so long.
He looked rather sad today, even though it's supposed to be a celebration.
I, surely it has only to do with his travel plans. He plans on traveling the world or something after this. I'm sure he'll miss home. I mean, we've spent all of our.
Liz.
Make a persuasion check to see.
Can I guide her?
Sure.
Let me
I'll
Is this
allow it.
does it? No, I can't do it on. You'll have to roll out it for
Oh.
it on your
Yeah,
own.
I can do that.
I cannot select you. I can only target you.
Natural 20.
Oh,
Let's
well,
go.
she doesn't need it, man.
Ooh.
Natural 20 for a 23 plus the
Plus
guidance is
26.
26.
Wow.
With a nat 20.
So, you give her the look, and she recognizes it clearly, and you see her give a heavy sigh, and she says, as much as, yes, you got me. I'm in love with his brother, but it's not what you think. I know he would never do anything like this to hurt or harm his family. He doesn't care about wealth. He doesn't care about inheriting a name or anything like that. And I just figured this was the best for both of our families. And then, after a time, I would just forget about him, like just move on, get over it. But I know he doesn't wish ill towards his brother.
No, he seemed just sad when I spoke to him at the picnic
I
and when we danced.
we've had a
But Liz,
talk. I'll be honest. We've had a talk. He and I know it cannot be. So,
Mhm.
and she just
I
seems like
understand.
very quiet now,
Mhm.
kind of sad.
Well, Sienna at this point through this whole thing has kind of been holding one of her hands, kind of rubbing her back, sort of trying to comfort her and calm her down.
But
That's
the
good
others,
to know.
the others, you said, my sister would never. Would she? You couldn't. I don't foresee. I know she has some maybe ill will to a sense,
But
as
do,
she
do do
often.
any of them? Did any of them have like a grudge against this
I
union?
would. I wouldn't say that. I know she wished that I married for love and not for duty,
Hmm.
but I don't think she would
She
stoop
said
to
as
some.
much
I don't think she would
when we
stoop to
spoke.
something like this. Murder?
Liz, your
Hmm.
cousin,
Hmm.
Is he financially all right? Do you know?
I,
I know he's dressed very well and all, but
as far as I'm aware, yes. It's funny that you should ask about him. Um, did I tell you he once proposed?
no, no one mentioned that.
Yeah. I mean, I declined, of course. It's, not. We had this union coming. Our families had been talking about this for a long time, and I'm not interested in him. He's a little,
Interesting.
Pompous?
to put it lightly. But yeah, so
He being your cousin, he doesn't have any ownership of this place, right?
no. Although him, like the rest of the family, we do care for the Silver Lodge, of course, and uh, but he, other than just sharing the family name, he is a very distant cousin. He
So
has no
only
say.
by joining himself with you, he will actually own this place.
Yes, but I would never accept. He is not one. It is not a move that would benefit the family, but also he's just I couldn't imagine.
Well, the reason Sienna is asking about his finances is because we found a book
A
that
book?
contains information about this place. So
Hmm.
Do you show her the book?
Apparently.
I
Hmm.
don't know who has the
Yeah.
book.
I
Show it
think
to her.
Rowan had it last because he was reading
Yep.
it.
Right.
Show it to her.
And according to Dizzy, Max was the one that used the sort of secret room that we found this book in, but
Yes.
that Thalgian may have also known something of this. Seems to be.
Interesting. I mean, this is the first I've
Mhm.
heard of it, but surely he didn't think he could turn the Silver Lodge into a mining operation, right? Do you think that that would be the
Well,
Er,
case? These lands are sacred, and she starts almost like a rant on how like precious this environment is and like how much it's
Diana
tied to
will
her.
sort of gently calm her down, quiet her down. I understand, Liz, and that would be tragic for this land being as it is sacred, but is it possible Milton had mentioned Max's family might not be in the best of straits after his father's death?
This is
He
the
was poring over ledgers nightly.
this is the first I've heard of this. Are you sure?
Milton said he often sat late looking at the ledgers, seeming to worry over them, and that perhaps that had led to his drinking.
You see her kind of like almost slump in the chair a little bit and just go, "What has been going on? Like I thought the Darlingtons were well off. I thought this was a good match." And you see like
You
she's
rem-
almost like second guessing everything.
Mhm. Well, Liz, you know, the circles we've grown up in, sometimes the appearance of wealth is just that to avoid losing status. I don't know that that's the
maybe
case here, but
maybe we can bring him in and ask him or something.
Dalgian,
was
is that
Sebastian, you mean?
or Sebastian?
If
No.
Sebastian knew?
The elf person.
Let's
Dalgian.
go
Oh,
with the elf
Thalgian.
first.
Mm-hmm.
Dalgian.
Do you do it with Liz in the room, or do you ask her to leave, or
Maybe I actually ask her, "Do you want to stay?" While
I
Mm-hmm.
we talk to
I
him.
I don't know. This is just so much. Perhaps I will sit in the other room, and you can report back to me, or I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe just
We
let
can
me
do that.
sit in this chair and just I just need to think. And she just seems like so
Mm-hmm.
distraught. She doesn't know what she wants to do.
Sienna will go to the room where she had the paper and ink
Hmm.
and bring her a little inkwell with a piece of paper and some ink. Um, and she'll set it down beside Liz at the table. You used to be so good at writing out your thoughts. Perhaps this would help you organize your thoughts to delay the feast a little longer.
Okay.
Sort through things.
On grabbing the paper, roll a perception check.
Oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
I kind of wanted to roll an insight on this girl to see if she
Sure.
was actually.
You could do that too. Go ahead.
That's a 14 for perception.
Sure. So, you grab the paper and you see,
Oh, come.
it's actually,
Oh,
Damn!
that
Damn!
one.
as far as you know,
Dang.
no, she's very upset.
Yeah.
But for you, Sienna, you go in and you're looking at the paper and you see like one sheet seems to have been like torn, like someone
Hmm.
tore a section off. The rest of it is blank, and you look around and you glance to the right of the desk where the fireplace is, and you see crumpled and half burnt piece of paper,
Mm.
but there are 3 sections of it that are still readable.
Ooh.
You see, tomorrow I will marry, shall I regret, and I must never tell him. And that's all you can read and decipher on this half-burnt piece
Tomorrow
of
I
paper.
will marry. Tomorrow I will marry. What was the second part?
Shall I regret? And then
Shall
a,
I regret?
and then a third section that
Thal.
says,
Thal.
I must never tell him.
Ooh.
Is it Thal? Thal, I regret, or shall?
Shall. Shall.
Okay. All right.
And you look at you recognize Liz's handwriting, but you look at the rest of, the ashes, just looking for any other bits, and you get the sense that this is the only remaining page of probably several, like she threw a diary or something into the flames.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, she?
Mm-hmm. It's Liz's
Yeah, it's
handwriting.
Liz's writing.
And then you bring it out.
Yeah, I'll take that little piece of paper as well as the blank sheet, and as I set it down in front of her, I'll just say, Liz, is there anything else you need to tell me? And I'll just tap the piece of paper that's partially burned.
I mean, it's just perhaps my relationship with Sebastian got a little bit further than just friendship. And
Duh.
I did not want to tell Max. I did not want this to come between us. So I was debating on whether or not to tell him just to clear the air, or I wasn't sure what to do. So I burned it all. I just figured it's some things are best left unsaid, and I should just use that as an opportunity to move on.
And I'll take that little
Does
piece of
Max
paper.
know is the question.
Yeah. Do you think he knew?
I don't think so, but I also didn't think he would start a mining operation at the Silver Lodge, so what do I know?
And
True.
Santa will just
Wait.
take that little piece that didn't burn.
Pause. Who is she talking about?
Max.
Sam, the
Mhm.
brother.
So
and-
Max
and his
was
brother
going to
Bastian.
start the mining operation?
He's the one that the dragon said had been going in and out of that little room,
Mhm.
and
Okay,
it's
okay.
likely he's the
reading
one
the
that had
book.
the book, and he could read Dwarvish and Elvish and Common.
Okay.
So it's likely he's the one that was planning the mining operation, and he was apparently in financial straits, according to Milton. So he was probably planning to put up a mine, Silver Lodge for the Mithril, that
Right.
was found.
But maybe the
But
So how
cousin
is the
wanted
brother
Thalgion.
going to travel the world?
Yeah,
The cousin is
but
the one who
Thalgion may have
wanted
known
to
too.
do that. Right.
He may have known as well, and also wanted
Well-
it, especially since he proposed to Liz earlier.
Mhm.
Before. We need to talk to the cousin. then.
Thalgion. Mm-hmm.
It's
We do.
Thalgian and Bastian are the two prime suspects at the moment.
Yeah. So
Woo!
just
I think I went
as a quick note, Kylie, it's 4,
It
and I know you
is.
have a party to get to.
Yes.
I
I'm
still gotta
sorry,
set up
this
for it.
went long.
Yes.
So
And
we are
Drake.
we're not finishing the one shot.
I
again.
know.
Nope.
Famous last
3
words.
shot.
It's a
That's
3
funny.
shot. Although you don't
See
have
you guys in June for the wrap up.
You guys don't have that much further to go, honestly. It just sucks that we have to cut it so fast.
I know.
So we'll probably, what I'll do is we'll prepare for the end of this for next month and the last Saturday of every month. Back to that, unless somebody tells me otherwise. And then just make sure I've written some notes, but make sure if you have notes, Kirsty, maybe share them with the group so that we all remember
do.
in a month's time, because it's a lot of intrigue and remembering who said
GG.
this.
Just to point
So-
out, the last Saturday of next month is the Saturday of the Thanksgiving weekend.
Oh.
In case
no.
anybody's traveling for Thanksgiving.
Yes. Okay. Well, we'll talk about it and we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
And
Right.
yeah, I figure with the holidays things always get messy, so we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that was part 2. I guess join us for part 3 coming up. This is crazy.
Of our
Our
one shot.
3-part one shot.
I know.
Our
it's-
3-part one shot.
That's how it always goes. I don't
Because
think
we
I
investigate everything.
I
I know.
ever had a party that didn't make a 1-shot like a 3-shot. You know, it's like it's never.
Well, there's,
Oh,
never
yeah.
easy.
there's just so many things to explore, and it's so fun to like do the role play that
Yeah.
you know.
Mhm.
But yeah, so I hope
Get into it.
everybody in the audience
Don't
had
mind
fun.
hitting things either.
Yes. Well, you might hit
Yeah.
things. We'll see. There's still a chance.
Yeah. Still can't hit things.
GG.
All right. So thank you everybody for watching. We'll see you hopefully in a month's
Thanks
time.
for the game.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye, guys.